Hi everyone. I just want to say thank you and welcome to the Lipodystrophy UK Patient Day 2025. It's great to see loads of faces returning, but also some new ones. Welcome everyone. We would really like to take some photos during the day for social media just to raise awareness and share. We're hoping to sort of get as many people in as possible. If you really would like us not to share your photo, just grab one of us and we'll try and avoid getting you in. And equally, if you take some photos of the day, if you could just share them with us or share them on social media, we'd really like that, because obviously the more angles we can get, it just means that the more awareness we can raise. So I'm now going to introduce you to the trustees. So I'm Siobhan Dunn. I'm a trustee, have been since about 2018. We've got Rebecca Sanders, as you all know, she's our charity chair. And more recently, we've had some new trustees join the team. We've got Anna Greenaway with the lovely Rosie. She's joined our team. She's joined as a trustee, and Rosie is an honorary member. She's been doing really great work, raising awareness, raising funds. She's going to talk to you later though, so I'm going to let her talk to you all about that. Vanessa Kill has also joined us as a trustee. She sadly can't be with us today, but we're really excited for her to join the team. And then lastly, we've got Krista Tivy, who's joined us as a fundraising officer. So if any of you have got any ideas of things that we can do to raise awareness, to raise funds, please feel free to always send us a message via Facebook or email us. I'm always on the other end of the messages, so just share your ideas with us. And if anyone's interested in becoming a member of the team, again, just let us know. Everyone's welcome. So since the last patient day, we've attended several events to raise awareness and to raise the profile of the charity. In October 2023, Becky and I attended ECLIP, which is the European Consortium of Lipodystrophies. This happens about every 18 months. It's a conference and it enables physicians across the world working in the field of lipodystrophies to get together and just share their expertise, their knowledge and their research. It's really important, obviously, for everyone to kind of share and collaborate. In 2023, Becky gave a really great speech to the clinicians, just pointing out that we are patients and not just people, as well as patients, not just projects. And that, I think clinicians sometimes forget that. And we do have to live with this condition every day and all the challenges that it brings. So she did a really great speech and a really good job at reminding clinicians of that. In December 2024, Becky and I attended the Global Lipodystrophy Leaders Meeting, where patient group leaders from 9 countries across the world, we came together and we discussed lots of things. One of those things was the plans for World Lipodystrophy Day, which is on 31st of March every year. Thank you. We've asked for contributions and some people have sent us little clips, and we have got a video. We've put all the clips together. It's a collaboration from across the world, as you can see. And on the 31st of March, we'll be sharing this on social media. But you're getting to see it for the first time here.
Hi, I'm Kathy. Hola, soy Daniela Rodríguez.
Hello, Anita. Bonjour, je suis Nathalie Lopez. Oh, my name is... Hi, I'm Rosie. Bonjour, je m'appelle Andrea. Hi, my name is Christine. Hi, my name is Becky. Je suis Martha.
Hi, I'm Gemma Murphy.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sylvia.
And my name is Brianna.
Bonjour, je suis
Bonjour.
Je suis Raymond.
Hi, my name's Nicole. Hi, I'm Krista.
I'm Larry.
I'm Corey. I've got familial partial lipodystrophy. Tengo lipodystrophy parcial familiar tipo.
Yes, lipodystrophy. J'ai le syndrome de Dunning.
Then with familiar partial lipodystrophy type 2.
I have familiar partial lipodystrophy type 2.
I've acquired generalized lipodystrophy.
J'ai atteint une lipodystrophie généralisée congénitale.
Y para una enfermedad que se llama lipodystrophy.
I have type 2 familial partial lipodystrophy.
Et je suis atteinte de lipodystrophie partielle de Dunning.
And I have type 2 lipodystrophy.
De lipodystrophie du syndrome de Morans.
I have familial partial lipodystrophy type 2.
Tous les deux atteints d'une lipodystrophie partielle génétique après le syndrome de Donegan. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to those who sent in clips. As you can see, we've had loads of people take part around the world, so it's really great to see. In February this year, Becky attended the Students Rare Disease Conference, where she sat on a panel and spent time talking to students, which obviously is really important to, you know, kind of get the new ones that are coming through. We want them interested in lipodystrophy. So Becky did a great job there too. I don't know if you remember, for those of you who attended the last patient day, in your goodie bags, there was a recipe booklet, which was written and produced by Lipodystrophy UK. We're really hoping to do another one, and we're currently working with Professor Justin Rochford of Edinburgh University as collaborative. So hopefully coming soon is another Lipodystrophy UK recipe book. We're working on one with the global leaders too. Italy have produced one, and we're hoping to produce one with recipes from around the world so that everyone can get involved. It's going to be produced in lots of languages so that it can be accessible for everyone, all lipodystrophy friendly. So again, if anyone's got any recipe ideas, any family favourites that you want to share with us, then that would be great, because the more kind of input we can have, you know, the better, really. So I've been working on a few projects with Chiesi. Chiesi are a pharmaceutical company that have an interest in lipodystrophy. The first, some of you have taken part already, is Journey to Diagnosis. As many of us know, Journey to Diagnosis is not always easy, and we want to try and change that. So we have had people taking part in interviews and taking part in online surveys. We still need more participants for this, because it's really important to get the message out there of how difficult sometimes that diagnosis journey is. I've put a leaflet in your goodie bag. It has a QR code. It's an anonymous survey, so none of your personal details will be shared. It should take a couple of minutes to do. So if you have got a couple of minutes and you'd like to do that, really, really important. Another collaborative project that we've done with Chiesi and all the other patient groups across the world is that we've all been contributing towards a guide to lipodystrophy. Again, a really important project, because you know, there's not much information out there, so the more that we can get out there, the better. This literally pinged into my inbox as a final document yesterday, so I'm not currently allowed to share it. I'm just waiting for permission, but as soon as I do, I will share it. It's great. It's really good. It's really comprehensive. It's really nice to read. There's lots of information in there. The idea of it is to share with patients who have just been diagnosed, but actually it's really good for everyone that's already got a diagnosis, to share with their friends and their family. Again, just spreading the word. So if you look out for that, it'll come to Facebook soon as I can. And then lastly, as most of you probably know, we've got a team of photographers here tomorrow from Chiesi. They're going to be working on the It's Rare for Me photo project. Again, some of you have already taken part in this by taking part in filming or photography. Thank you. We realise how really difficult it is to put yourself out there. So we really do appreciate people putting themselves forward for that. The slots for tomorrow are filled. Again, thank you. But if you are interested in taking part in a project similar, then please let me know. I'm going to play a video from Chiesi. They'll explain a bit more about that. But again, just come to me, send me a message, come to me today, and I can arrange that for you with Chiesi. They're really keen to have lots of patient involvement. Sorry.
We at Chiesi sincerely apologise for not being able to be with you in person today. In our absence, we have prepared this video recording to share with you. We greatly appreciate this opportunity to introduce the Chiesi Global Rare Diseases It's Rare for Me project and highlight its importance. So what is the Chiesi Global Rare Diseases It's Rare for Me project? Living with a rare disease has many implications. People and their families often face long paths to reach the correct diagnosis, manage their conditions, find healthcare professionals, and patients' associations that can support them in finding a new way forward. All these difficulties can contribute to generate a strong fear and a perception of loneliness in their daily challenges. Sharing your voice, feeling heard, finding somebody that is facing your same challenges can help these people feel less lonely, feeling part of a network. This is the It's Rare for Me project. It wants to give a voice to people living with rare diseases that have the opportunity to tell their stories in a special way. through something or somebody that is rare to them. In this way, the project encourages a shift from the negative feelings tied to being a rare patient to the positive idea of being a person that lives with a rare disease and is part of a worldwide community where we are all different, all rare, and therefore unique. Everyone has a story to tell, and each story is worth being told and heard. This is the starting point to raise awareness on rare diseases. Stories are incredibly powerful, and sharing them has the potential to connect and help people feel less lonely. They offer valuable insights that go way beyond the statistics and the outcomes. They have the power to inspire, humanize, challenge assumptions, and create an emotional response that may lead to action. At PAZ Global Rare Diseases, we listen to and understand the needs of the community that we are privileged to serve. By listening to them, we learned that one of their main needs is feeling understood, included, being part of a community. For these people, being rare too often means knowing nobody that is like you, that feels like you, that can understand you, because the disease is so rare. Through the It's Rare for Me project, we want to keep challenging this perception, promoting a positive concept of rarity, intended as uniqueness. In this framework, being rare does not mean being alone, just different. As we are all different, sharing and spreading this concept can promote inclusion, listening, and empathy towards people with rare diseases. This is one of the ways we respond to the community need. This is how we are making a rare difference. We would like to thank everyone who has agreed to participate in our It's Rare for Me photo shoot tomorrow. For those who were not selected this time, please know that there will be another opportunity in the future. If you are interested in taking part, kindly let Siobhan know. Thanks again from PAZ.
So that's it from me now. I'm going to stop boring you all and hand over to our trustee, Rebecca.
Hi everyone, nice to see some familiar faces and some new ones. Thank you for being with us here today. I think you'll all agree that Siobhan has done a fantastic job in organising this event once again. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about lipodystrophy, giving you a bit of an introduction, understanding the basics. A lot of you know a lot of this stuff already. Some of you are newly diagnosed. Some of you are friends, family members, here to learn a little bit more. So hopefully you'll go away with a bit more information. The clicker's not working. IT? Hello? Clicker's not working. Okay, let's try again. So what are the basics? So as you probably are aware, lipodystrophy is a group of rare conditions characterized by a lack of fat tissue under the skin. That's known as subcutaneous adipose tissue. Adipose tissue, so fat tissue, is complex, essential organ, and it's highly active metabolically and for endocrine. It stores excess energy, calories that we consume in our diet as fat, and secretes various hormones which are important for energy homeostasis and the immune system. So it's not just about the way that you look, it actually has a really important function to keep us healthy. Normal weight loss or gain is a result of changes in the amount of fat stored in fat cells. So in lipodystrophy, where the capacity for fat cells to store excess calories is reduced, either because we don't have enough fat cells or we have no fat cells, that fat still has to go somewhere. And generally speaking, that spills out and gets stored around our organs, which is what causes some of the complications that can come with lipodystrophy. because that's not where it's supposed to be. Now, I want to heavily caveat this slide. These are some of the symptoms or complications that may happen. These will not happen to everybody. And actually, this is why raising awareness for early diagnosis is so important, because if you have proper intervention with diet and exercise and or medication, then hopefully a lot of these complications can be avoided. And they can be treated if they do occur. So I don't want to frighten everybody, but at the same time, it's important to be aware of what complications can occur. Most of you will be aware of severe insulin resistance. That's actually the way often lipodystrophy gets a diagnosis. And this can lead to uncontrolled lipoatrophic diabetes. We tend to get labeled as type 2 diabetics, mainly because that's easy for most people. Most people have never heard of type 3 lipotrophic diabetes, including diabetes specialists. And in terms of the way that it works, i.e. insulin resistance, it's very similar to the way type 2 diabetes works, but it's not the same. We have leptin deficiency. So if you have a lack of fat cells produce leptin in their normal processes. So if you don't have enough fat cells, you often don't have enough leptin, which is why leptin replacement therapy is one of the options that can help some patients. That lack of leptin can lead to extreme hunger, which is known as hyperphagia. And I know, including myself, many of you are very familiar with that symptom. High triglycerides, again, this goes back to the dysregulation of fat metabolism. This can lead to acute pancreatitis, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, kidney disease, muscle pain. Again, that's something that a lot of people suffer with. Neuropathy, generally resulting from uncontrolled diabetes, and fatigue is a big one that until very recently has not really been recognized as part of the condition, except anecdotally. And actually, the majority of you here that live with lipodystrophy will really understand that fatigue is a major part of this condition, but it's not inevitable. So this is a word cloud we put together some years ago based on feedback from patients. Lipodystrophy can be very challenging to manage. It leaves people feeling very frustrated because there is a lack of understanding both in the general population and in the medical community. And it can lead to sensations of loneliness. You're not believed, you feel defeated and confused. You know, there's a lack of compassion and understanding. And in addition to that, you know, you're feeling pain, you're feeling hungry, you know, mental health issues that are impacted by dealing with a rare chronic disease and various other aspects. It can feel quite bleak sometimes, but that's one of the reasons that we founded the charity and that we're having meetings like this, because actually we're stronger together. And when we work together, talk together and share our experiences collectively, there's more information and more knowledge so that we can help each other. But also on a personal level, you realize you're not alone. We're all here dealing with our own journeys, which are different for everybody, but there's a commonality that runs through that. And by talking to each other and sharing our experiences, we grow stronger. So there are lots of different types of lipodystrophy, and I'm going to characterize them in very broad terms. I won't be mentioning every type of lipodystrophy, and there will be multiple different forms of lipodystrophy in this room today. But generally, they can be characterized in 4 different ways. First of all, partial lipodystrophy. So this is, as the name suggests, a lipodystrophy that partially affects the body. So there's a partial loss of fat tissue, and that tends to affect, for example, the extremities, so the arms and the legs, where sometimes then there's excess fat on the face, but you've got very muscular arms and legs. And then the remaining fat is redistributed, so which is why you can kind of have very muscular physique and then have a double chin. And then the flip side to that is generalized lipodystrophy, which is a total absence of adipose tissue or body fat from the entire body. And then within that, on a separate kind of stratification. We have inherited or familial forms of the condition. So this is lipodystrophy conditions that are coded for in our DNA and passed on from parent to child. And then there are also acquired forms, some of which the kind of causes are not really well understood, but is often associated with environmental triggers such as a viral infection or other trauma. And there's, you know, there's still not a lot of, there's still work being done to understand those conditions as well. So all lipodystrophies can be characterized as partial or generalized, or as well as inherited or acquired. And then within that, there's variations. One of the things I wanted to share, so after the meeting that we had last time, which was actually 2 years ago, I keep saying last year, but it was actually 2 years ago, we also had a video project as part of that day, and lots of the people here, as well as people who are not here this time, attended and took part in that. And we had some fantastic videos that were generated as part of that project, which are available on our website. And I wanted to see if we could play it. No, is this the one we're going to have to link? If you scroll down just this video. Yeah. Just to give you an example of what we achieved last time.
Lipodystrophy is a medical condition that affects how the body stores and uses fat. It's a rare disease and can affect people very differently.
I was always tired, always sleeping, felt generally awful, and was under the doctor for so many things because I just felt awful and everything was investigated. Still didn't know what was happening. And then one day I went in to see my specialist and there was a new doctor and he said, if you always had skinny arms and legs, and I sort of was a bit strange to ask me that. Anyway, I said yes. He said, I think you've got this condition called lipodystrophy.
I was diagnosed with lipodystrophy about 18 months ago. I have what's called acquired generalized lipodystrophy. And it's a condition that means, for me, anyway, that I can't metabolize fat any longer. It's a very rare condition. It's essentially stripped out all the fat from my body.
Acquired partial lipodystrophy is what I was diagnosed. So that means that it's not a genetic form. There's no other history of it in my family. It's also a post-viral or an autoimmune condition following a viral illness, and that it's partial, so it only affects part of your body, mainly acquired partial lipodystrophy affects the upper half.
A few people have it in the world. It's like some people can have other ones of it, not just the same one.
He was originally diagnosed with something called autoimmune hepatitis, and after he recovered from that, he went from white. He still had that belly fat to all of a sudden being really slim, muscly in his arms, his legs.
I apologise for bringing so many doctors in with them. We wanted as many doctors to see our stuff because they might not see it. Korea.
Generalized is when you have all of that. Partial is when you have part of the body. Limited. They say that I've got the cover with the area, like the nose, the hands.
I get knocked in the head, and I also have a user as far as my store energy, so I get tired very easily. I think my condition is progressive, So a lot of the things that come from like diabetes might come later on, and it's very like varied because like people have symptoms at times.
I have partial lipodystrophy, it's inherited. I have a lack of fat on my extremities, my arms and legs, and I have my torso. But actually, what happens and what is dangerous about lipodystrophy is that when fat can't be stored as it should be in fat cells, it kind of spills out and gets stored in and around your organs, your muscles, your liver, your heart, etc. There's myself, there was my mum, there was my aunt, there's my cousin. It seems to be the female side that I'm picking up, although it's generated from my granddad's side. Looking back in time, my family over in Ireland are exactly the same. I've always described lipodystrophy as having two people inside me. That's the skinny person, and the skinny person was always one.
So that's just one of the videos that we generated after our last meeting, and there's several more on our website and our YouTube channel. So please check them out if you haven't seen them already. And I think you agree that there's some fantastic videos with fantastic speakers that were brave enough to put themselves out there, and it really helps to kind of see that people are sharing similar journeys. So thank you to everyone that took part in that. I've got a few slides kind of mentioning some of the activities that we do as a charity, a lot of which Siobhan has already talked about, so I'll skip over some of it. But really our role is here to support you. It's to support people affected by lipodystrophy, whether that's patients themselves or family and carers that are supporting patients with lipodystrophy. And as part of that, one of our key objectives is to help raise awareness. So that's both in the patient community, that's in the general population, that's in the medical community, and in research community. The more awareness that's raised, the more attention we get, which potentially means the more funding we get for interventions and help and support. So that's a really important part of our work. And sometimes you as patients and family members don't always see some of that advocacy work, but as Siobhan mentioned, we attend lots of conferences, lots of meetings, and kind of working in the background to really fight for you guys and advocate for what's best for patients. And in addition to that, we work with different clinicians. So for example, the team at Addenbrooke's, and we're going to hear a few talks from them today. We work with researchers. Again, we've got George here today, and Justin will be talking virtually. And we talk to them and contribute to funding to proposals and research ideas. And also we work on our own research. So we've kind of collaborated on a fatigue project, which I've talked about previously. And we also have focus groups and get you guys in to kind of give your opinions and ideas about stuff. And some of the work that we've done in the past has resulted in publications. And again, the purpose of this is to help raise awareness. The more we talk about it, the more people know about it, and hopefully the more support and help that we can get. There's various kind of social and health resources that we provide. Siobhan's already mentioned the recipe book that we put together previously, and the additional projects that we're working on going forward to kind of add to the repertoire of lipodystrophy friendly recipes that are actually appetizing and enjoyable. We've arranged in the past, pre-COVID, mainly kind of social meetups, and now we're kind of getting back in the swing of those things. So we'd like to do more of those again, as well as these types of support days, more informal kind of social gatherings. In the past, we've run body image and confidence workshops, and part of that is the photography and film projects that we've done, because again, it's raising awareness of the kind of different physiques and body shapes that come with the lipodystrophy diagnosis. We also are trying to do some fundraising activities, although they've been light in the past, and so we'd like to increase our fundraising activities. And as Siobhan said, you know, the charity is run by volunteers. All of us have day jobs. You know, we've got families and other things that are going on, and so there's only so much we can do. And actually, you know, this is a call out to all of you. Anybody who wants to help contribute, bring it on. We want all of your help. Anybody who can do anything, whether it's just having a bake sale or, you know, trying to raise awareness within your community, or any ideas you want to bring, or if you actually want to get involved more so and become a trustee of the charity, yes, please. We want as much help as we can get, because the more help we've got, the more we can do for you guys. Some of the advocacy projects we've worked on, again, a lot of you will be aware of the NICE approval of metreleptin. Some of you may not. Metreleptin currently is the only treatment available specifically to treat lipodystrophy conditions. It is not a treatment that is suitable for every patient, but it can help a lot of patients, and that is now available through the NHS and the Adam Brooks specialist service, which I'm sure Anna will mention in her talk. But the patient charity was instrumental in supporting that application, and we did a lot of advocacy work to make sure that that went through. It was a long journey, but you know, without it, it probably wouldn't have got through the approval system. So again, there's a lot of stuff that we do in the background that helps people that you're not necessarily aware of, but is actually really important for patients. As Siobhan has already mentioned, we're involved in the ECLIP board, so the European Consortium of Lipodystrophies. I'm currently a patient representative on the board, but we also attend the conferences, which gives us access to clinicians and researchers that know about and are interested in lipodystrophy, have specialist clinics and specialist research in that field. We are active participants in the Global Patient Leaders Group, and that is an ongoing project. And one of the things that we talked about that we at the UK charity raised in the last meeting was having a coordinated patient pathway. So no matter where you are in the world and under what healthcare system, that you get the same kind of gold standard quality of care for lipodystrophy. So that's not something that's available yet, but that's something that we're working on and advocating for. And as I mentioned, you know, we work with pharmaceutical companies where it benefits us and benefits patients, as well as clinicians and researchers. So in terms of patient pathways, I just mentioned, I think this is my last slide, you know, there's lots of opportunities where we can support patients, from disease presentation all the way through to diagnosis and then beyond. Once you get a diagnosis, that's not the end of your journey. There's, you know, ongoing monitoring, treatment options, disease progression. A lot of the bottleneck is at the diagnosis part, because as you will know yourselves, getting a diagnosis for lipodystrophy is often very, very difficult. And there are patients that have waited 60 years to get an accurate diagnosis. That is not acceptable. The only way we can change that is by raising awareness and making our voices heard. And so, but ongoing from that, you don't want to be forgotten about. You've got a diagnosis, okay, great, but now what, right? You've got a lifetime to live with this condition. You want to be able to manage it the best way possible so that you have a fantastic quality of life. It doesn't stop you doing things, and it doesn't have to, but that's why knowledge is power, and understanding what your options are and how best to manage it is really important. And I think that's it for me. So thank you very much for attending. I hope that you get a lot out of today. We've included more patient stories this time around, because I think that's where people get a lot of value. So really excited to hear those. And if you have any questions throughout the day, then please let us know.
It's an operation on my knee. Right. my slides to. Do you just do the clickers? Welcome everybody. I think I know a lot of you, but not everybody. I feel so privileged to be here talking to you today. So thank you very much for inviting me. And if you have any questions throughout the day or after the talk or during the talk, just chip in. So I'm the consultant who leads the insulin resistance service at Addenbrooke's in Cambridge. It's a national service, and we also see patients from Ireland and Scotland and Wales. We've been running for about 12 or 13 years now. I'm the clinical consultant, and I'm supported by a team of nurses and administrators and dietitians, and also some academic clinical colleagues who we meet with and discuss tricky patients, where we, difficult decisions and things. We meet together to make decisions and try and move forwards with things. So, it is a team effort. And so the overview of the presentation is I'll just tell you what the service is, what our objectives are, how many people we see and where do they live, what's new, a bit about the research, a bit about patient feedback, and then I can take any questions. So the service was commissioned in 2011, and it was by what was then called the National Specialised Commissioning Team. And some colleagues of mine got the service commissioned before I started. And then NHS England took over. And as you know, I'm sure from the news, NHS England is being disbanded, and we don't know what's going to happen next. So I've asked our commissioner if they have any insight into what's going to happen, and they don't know yet. So I think it's early days, but it's going to be over the next 2 years. So don't panic. And so we see adults and children, and we're based at Addenbrooke's in Cambridge, which is not the easiest place to get to, so I apologise for that. But doing the virtual consultations on the videos, I think, has helped us reach people. And so we're funded by NHS England for patients living in England. And if you live outside of England, then you have to have funding approved by your local health board. But we've never had anyone decline funding. It just takes a bit longer. And then we have a website which is within the Addenbrooke's hospital website. So all our information for referring clinicians is there, and some information about lipodystrophy. So there's some information there, and we try and keep it up to date if we can. So our objectives are to provide a diagnosis, and Becky's already said how important that is. And it is incredible that some people come after over 20 years and haven't had a diagnosis made or have had a misdiagnosis, and some people come to us with a diagnosis already. We want to deliver specialist care, so dietetic care, nursing care, provide drug therapy where it's appropriate, and to inform patients and carers about these rare conditions. And we also are there to support people, from a psychological perspective. We'll listen and try and change the service to meet the needs of the patients that attend. So we have a weekly clinic, and actually we have 1 week a month. We have 2 clinics now as the service has grown. We see around 60 new patients a year and about 200 follow-up patients. Again, that's growing. We do the diagnostic testing. And then we offer specialised therapies where, the diet is very important, metronidazole, the GLP-1 agonists, which you have heard of, things like Ozempic and Manjaro. They've been in the news a lot, and Catherine's going to talk about those in more detail after the break. High-strength insulins, insulin pump therapy, and all those insulin technologies that are now emerging. We have a monthly meeting, which I mentioned, where we can discuss moving forwards and service developments, and we all attend that together. And occasionally we have inpatients. If we have a patient and we're really stuck and we think this person looks like they have insulin resistance, but we're not quite sure what's going on, sometimes we'll admit them for a few days. But because the NHS is so busy, there are very often inpatient beds, so we don't do that very often, but occasionally we do. And so this is just to show you how much the service has grown. Obviously, when I started in 2011, we didn't have any patients, and then over the years it's grown. We do discharge some people, and so the numbers don't get too high. But you can see there that we've got around 300 patients now in the service, and a small percentage of those are children. And obviously the children then grow up and come into the adult service. And then often when we see an adult patient, they have a family with affected children, and then they join the service as well. So that's how the service has grown over the years. And so this is the spread. You might be able to spot yourself on this graph. So this is a spread of the referrals around the UK. And NHS England are very keen on equity of people getting to the service. So they, the clinicians in these areas need to have heard about the service, and then patients need to be able to get to us. Unfortunately, NHS England won't fund travel to the service or accommodation, which is difficult. And we do feed that back to them every year, because one of the blocks in people coming is they can't get to us. So that's a tricky one, really. So if anyone has any ideas about that, happy to if you want to put, as a patient group, pressure on NHS England or whoever follows NHS England, I think that would be an area of improvement. And so NHS England was saying, well, you've got a kind of more concentration of patients coming from the East Anglia and London. And we were saying, yes, that's because it's easy to get to. And then I think we've noticed that we have fewer patients from the Northwest at the moment. That might be an area that we focus on. Manchester. We seem to have been improving around the Midlands, which was our previous area where we weren't getting many patients. And so this is what's new. So this is the staff changes. So as the clinic has got busier, obviously we need more staff. And my aim really would be to have a consultant colleague to share the service with. But of course that needs funding and sorting out. Laura Dana is our consultant paediatrician, and she's taken over from Rachel Williams, who's moved to Nottingham. And then we've got two new specialist nurses, Imalka and Nicola. There's a research nurse, Marina, and then Agatha, you might have met, who's a doctor, and we're hoping that she'll stay long term. She's just come to the end of her training, but obviously she'll need to be appointed to a position. And Professor David Savage, who a lot of you have met over the years, is now seeing more patients in the clinic. So he's starting to see new patients and then follow them through. So I think the clinic, we're getting more support. And as I said, Rachel's gone to Nottingham, but we're still in touch. And then Cleaner's gone, I think, abroad somewhere to work in dietetic services. So when we started the service, one thing we didn't have within the service was a psychologist who was a special psychologist just for the service. We have psychologists who are attached to the diabetes clinic and the endocrine clinic, but we don't have our very own psychologist. So I put a bid in to the Addenbrooke's Charitable Trust to get money to fund the psychologist, which we got granted. And then we went out to recruitment and nobody applied for the job. So we've tried to get a psychologist, but I think it's because it's a day a week funding. Nobody wanted to increase their hours to do an extra day, and then nobody wants to just keep 1 day a week. So if anyone's got any ideas about how we can approach that problem, or anyone knows a psychologist who wants some extra work with them and work with us, that would be great. And we'll keep that, whoever takes over from NHS England, we will make sure they know that that's one of our key things to add on to the service. And so the other thing that's, crossing my inbox all the time now is these new GLP-1 agonists. Has everyone heard of those drugs? There's Empic and Mounjaro. So they've been around as kind of daily injections for years and years, but more recently they've come out as once weekly injections, and for people with diabetes. And then it was expanded for people with obesity without diabetes. And I think lots of people in America are using them, when they're not particularly overweight and things, for weight loss and cosmetic reasons. And it's become a bit of a hot potato. And now there's private pharmacies who are supplying these drugs at a cost to people directly, not necessarily always to the right people. So we've had some inquiries from people with lipodystrophy who say, well, look, my appetite is high. Can I have these drugs? They suppress appetite. And unfortunately, our hands are tied by the eligibility criteria that the NHS stipulates. So I can't prescribe them for people who are slim, who don't have diabetes. And also we don't know the long-term side effects. So Catherine's going to go into more detail about those drugs, just so I think it's important that you all know about them as people with lipodystrophy. And then the other thing I said was the diabetes-related technologies, so the glucose sensors, the insulin pumps. Again, the NHS mandates that those technologies are only available for people with type 1 diabetes, and some kind GPs will prescribe the sensors for people without type diabetes. But again, you know, it's something that we're constantly having to advocate for, not just for people with lipodystrophy, but also for people with type 2 diabetes. And then the other thing is there's a few new lipid lowering, so fats in the blood lowering medications that are all currently only available through the lipid clinics. And so those are the names of those drugs. So I'm sure we can circulate the slides at some point, so you've got these names and you can ask your GPs about them, or you can ask us. And so these are just some hot topics. I don't know if these are of any interest to you, but they might be. So there's a genetic testing panel of genes that cause lipodystrophy. And obviously new genes are getting discovered all the time. And we want the new genes to be added to the panel. So when we do the blood test, they test for it. But there's been a reluctance to increase the size of the panel due to cost, as usual. So we're going to keep advocating to try and get that panel to include all the genes, so everyone gets the diagnosis as quickly as possible. The NHS lab Adam Brooks for genetic testing had some problems, I think during COVID really. They got quite behind, and so the turnaround time was like 12 to 18 months. But I think that's improved now, and we're getting results through in a couple of months. So I think that's much better. So for a while, we were sending the genetic testing to Exeter, to the lab there. We're always trying to increase the awareness of the service, like you are to patients with lipodystrophy. I give presentations. The advent of the webinars online has been really good, because I can give the talk from Cambridge, and members of the team can give the talk from Cambridge, and so we can give more talks, and then we often go to conferences as well. And that has seen an increase in the referral rates. So we had 53 in 22, I think 98 in 23. Well, I think it's working. And then something I've realised just by chance is that there's this thing called GP Connect. I don't know if any of you are aware of this. It's where hospitals can see your GP results or your medication lists that you have at the GP, which you'd have thought would happen anyway. But I just clicked, because we used to be able to just see it for patients in Cambridge, and now I can seem to be able to see people's medication lists throughout the UK, which is so useful. Patients are often incredulous that we don't know what medication they're on, so it's really, really helpful. So that really helps with people that we don't see face to face, and we can't do the blood tests, because we can see the blood results and things now for most people. And then this is the list of the research topics. We have studies that are sponsored by drug companies, and then we have internal studies led by investigators within Cambridge. And then also we have collaborators in investigator sites elsewhere. Most of the studies internally are around metroleptin patients. We also have this ECLIP registry that anyone with lipodystrophy can be involved in. So let me know if you want to be included in that. It's all anonymous, but it's like a big database of everyone in Europe with lipodystrophy. I think that's quite helpful. So the couple of, it's still called AMRIT, but it's actually Chiesi bought out AMRIT, but the studies are still run by what they call AMRIT, complicated. And then Regeneron are another pharmaceutical company that we're looking at doing a different type of weekly leptin injection, but that's gone quite quiet. I'm not quite sure what's happening with that, but anyway, they know we're there, so we'll wait and see. And then the internal studies, Omar is going to talk about the meal replacement study. We've got a long-running study of genetic investigation. So if somebody doesn't have a gene that's on the panel, and we still think they have a genetic cause of lipodystrophy, then we can go further and look for the whole genetic database. We have a study where we're saving a little bit of extra blood when you come for your clinic visits. We ask consent, and then if you give consent, we can store a bit extra. And then we can always look back at that at a later date if we want to investigate things in the future. And then there's a study looking at fatty liver disease in particular that's been running by the MRI unit. So this is patient feedback. So every couple of years, or every year actually, we send a questionnaire to all new patients, and sometimes to follow-up patients, on what they think of the service and any feedback that they have. I think people have like feedback fatigue. Every time you get an Amazon parcel, it says how was the delivery, and but it would be really, really helpful if you could, do our survey, because we like, if we want to put pressure on NHS England to get a psychologist, for example, or if we want to get pressure on NHS England to get funding for travel, we need the patient voice to say that's what the that's what the block is. So if you can do this survey and say we need funding for travel, that would be so helpful, because I think we only had 19 responses to our 100-odd surveys sent. So I know, you know, and if there's a problem opening the survey or whatever, just give us a call and we can sort it out. We'll send a paper copy. But, you know, just give us your honest feedback. I think it's really, really helpful for us. I think we tend to get good feedback, but one area where we don't get such good feedback is if we do investigations and we can't get to a diagnosis. So if someone doesn't have lipodystrophy, we tend to get more negative feedback from those patients because then they haven't found what their problem is. Like it'd be nice if we could support those people better, but you know, it's a difficult area, and you know, disappointing for some people not to have an answer. So that was all we're going to say really about the service. You know, Becky can talk to you a bit about how you've been involved for a long time coming to the service, and how we have our meetings with NHS England, and we have a patient representative or several patient representatives at that meeting, which is an online meeting now. So if you're interested in being a patient representative at the NHS England meeting, that would be fantastic, because that gives such a lot of strength to the arguments that we're making to NHS England. And as I said, this is a team effort, and I'm sure you've come across Anne-Marie, who is our administrator extraordinaire. She's absolutely fantastic, and so she keeps us all on our toes and will help you if you contact the service. If you don't hear from us and you know the letter's gone missing or it's not intentional, just give Anne-Marie an email and we'll sort it out. So I'd like to take any questions if anyone has.
You said about genes being discovered. Is there any progress on finding a gene for type 1 yet?
No, we think that FPLD1 is a multi-gene, what we call a polygenic problem. So there's lots of genes interacting together to cause the problem, rather than it being a monogenic one small gene problem. And that's why everyone with FPLD1 is slightly different. I mean, every individual is slightly different, but it's not a single gene. So I don't think we'll ever find one single gene. Sorry.
You mentioned about signing up for certain research things, just to remind me to ask you, really, or I'll forget to ask you.
Yes, so just email us if you want to be part of any of the studies. You'll have more information about the studies. Point you in the right direction for the right study.
Hi, we've been referred from Wales. Myself personally, I was referred. It took 2 years for me to get the referral over from Wales into Adamsbrook. Then tried to get all my family to refer over as well. They've been seen by their GP services, hundreds of different specialist services in Wales, and there's a massive tug of war between the two NHSs trying to get the referral over to Adamsbrook. They've now been diagnosed with lipodystrophy through genetic blood testing, but they're still now having to wait and not have an appointment with Adamsbrook. They're going through sort of Cardiff endocrine clinic. That's the adults. So they're being held there, and they still have 18 months wait to go before they're even seen.
They've been seen in Cardiff?
No, not yet.
Have they got an appointment?
No, it's on this waiting list. But then the children's side of things, so my niece, she's actually been referred and seen in Adamsbrook already and is in the service, and things are progressing there. But it just seems with the adults, they are refusing or slowing, or something political in the background is stopping. And then particularly for my mum, who's 73, obviously all of her blood tests and all of her results, and needing medication, and the service don't recognise lipodystrophy in Wales at all. It's a real battle. And I just wondered, from your perspective, are you seeing that? Are you aware of that? Or is there something we can do to try and bring those two services to talk to each other a bit more, to speed things up a bit better?
So I'd heard a rumour that there was a lipodystrophy service opening in Cardiff, but I haven't had any communication with the consultant running the service. But I wasn't aware that there was any problem from the health board in directing people to whichever service they preferred to go to. some people prefer to go to a local service and some prefer to travel. So I think if you could contact me via Anne-Marie, and then I might be able to write to the GPs of the individuals concerned and just say, just sort it out. I'm not aware that the health board is putting any blocks in place, and they probably were going to tell me. Right. Okay. All right. Just contact us and I can write some letters.
Hello. I've got the FPL1, and mine was actually misdiagnosed for years. I only got diagnosed 2 years ago by you, and basically mine was caught by a diabetic nurse, and what she'd done is she actually knew a little bit about lipodystrophy, and she asked me lots of questions. Actually, one of the questions was, would you mind telling me if you have a flat bum? And I was like, yes, I do. So it was a strange question, but she knew, like, she'd heard of it. So I was very, very lucky that I had just happened to be speaking to her and she found it. I was wondering if there was a way at all of you being able to maybe send out emails or something to a lot of the specialist diabetic doctors and nurses around the country, because if they then are able to see, look out for this, you might be able to sort of catch more people and be able to diagnose them like I was. Mine was just pure luck.
Yeah. I don't know if any of our nurses want to answer that stuff. What do you think, how, you know, of the awareness in the diabetic specialist nurse community in Britain?
We certainly need to get more out there. We have spoken to a number of different groups of diabetes specialist nurses, but we definitely need to speak to more. I was contacted yesterday actually to ask to come and speak to them on Teams. So we do set them up. So yeah, I agree. We need to speak to more groups of nurses.
My sister and I have both got type 3 partial. We found that our root cause genetically comes from South Wales, and but because we've been trying to trace through ancestry.com, but the trouble is our ancestors are all called Jones, and it's incredibly difficult in South Wales to try and find those connections. But we have a cousin who moved down south, and she had it, but was never diagnosed. And she's sadly passed on now. But we think there's a strong core, because ours is definitely from our father, who was Welsh, from that area, and who was actually dying of liver disease. And so we think there's probably a genetic core, because he was in a family of 8. But trying to trace those people is very difficult. But you know, there is a route there that I'm sure is connected. And it's sad to hear that they're having problems getting it diagnosed and help in South Wales. You know.
Yeah.
I've recently moved. I'm in Wales, and I've recently moved from paediatric service to young adult service, and I think now everything's been a bit jumbled up. I was wondering who I should rely on to sort out things like scans and how often they should be happening.
So you should have been referred to a local adult team in Wales by your paediatric team, like in a transition type service, but it's very common for young people to get lost in the system at that age. So you're doing the right thing by looking into it. It's probably best to either ask your paediatrician to refer you to the right person, or to ask your GP to refer you to the right person. And then if you need referring to us, if you have a look on our website, there's a referral form. And even if you're in Wales, you can still send us the form, and then we can contact the local teams and say what you need to do is contact the health board funding. And once they do that and contact the health board, we haven't had problems getting people to see us, but then there might be people that are getting denied access that I don't know about. So just contact us and we'll see what we can do.
It's maybe unfair to ask you questions as a bit of an insider, but I really think the only way forward eventually is to have a specialised service in the devolved patients in Wales and Scotland. And I'm battling away to do that in Scotland at the moment. They are just different NHSs. It doesn't work well administratively, contractually, financially sending people across borders. But I think it needs a champion. So in Wales, I'm trying to be that person. In Scotland, there needs to be one person that you can then support and provide the strong patient advocacy with, so it becomes politically impossible for the people who control health services in Wales to ignore people who have been badly served. So make a noise. But what you do have control of, I guess, is England. So Anna, why isn't a lot of the specialised services have two centres, one in, let's say, Manchester, one in the south? Is that not the case just because of money, because there isn't a suitable person who's interested, or just because numbers are so small that you can't have two services? Is that something you've discussed?
As you know, as the centre used to work at Cambridge and moved to Edinburgh. So when the service was set up in Cambridge, it was set up as a single centre service, and it's never come up as, you know, and no one's ever shown any interest or say, can I set up a centre in Manchester or anything. So I didn't really see it as our role in Cambridge to reach out to Manchester or Bristol and say, do you want to set up a service?
You do need a champion. You're right. You need somebody.
You need someone to be pushing forwards, and so I'd heard on the grapevine about someone in Cardiff, and I think that's great. And I know Oxford have got a lipodystrophy clinic as well, and we're very happy to collaborate. We don't want to keep every patient under our, private to us. It isn't, for patients to have whatever's most convenient for them, and it is best local to home, I think, really. I'm just trying to think of anywhere else. Anywhere else has shown any interest? Are you aware of anywhere in England other than Oxford? I can't think of anywhere else.
Not really. I mean, there's big genetic centres in the north where there absolutely is quite a lot of genetic forms of lipodystrophy, but nobody with a particular interest. That's the problem.
We've had lots of referrals from kind of Newcastle and Leeds, but they tend to be happy to let us take the lead, and they haven't ever offered to open the service. So maybe the northeast would be the most likely.
And the raising awareness is still. I sometimes have the impression everybody must be bored of the talks I give in Scotland and elsewhere. I'm sure I must have spoken to everybody, but I keep finding new people and new clinicians sometimes really severely affected or with complications that they didn't need to have because nobody has thought of it ever. So I think there is still a huge unmet need to hit all available channels. And probably the great thing about the modern world is doing so much of that through patient advocacy, which is much quicker and more assertive than going through traditional old medical routes.
Yeah, I think the patient advocacy groups have more freedom, really, to do what they want. But most, NHS services really confined by what we're allowed to do and say and prescribe, etc. So I think the patient advocacy groups have got a lot of strength. Yeah. Possibly, yeah. I think NHS England are unlikely to do anything new at the moment, so we'll have to probably wait for a couple of years and then see that we've got something new governing things, so we can help move things forward.
It's probably the right time to think about it, given there's currently this national push with the 3 shifts about moving patient care closer to people's communities. There could still be a national service which would provide the resource and the expertise centralised, but then having the delivery of care taken closer to people's homes through local services and local ICBs is the better model really for the future.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming back. We're going to start the next session. We're starting with Catherine, who's coming to talk about, what are you talking about? GLP-1. She'll tell you all about it. Thanks.
Okay. So lovely to see everybody. I'm Catherine. I'm one of the dietitians. So I work at Cambridge University Hospitals, so Adam Brooks Hospital, with the team, some of the team that are here today. So I work 1 day a week. Can you hear me? Is it a bit higher? A bit taller. They fed me too well when I was young. So I work 1 day a week within the SIRS service with Lisa, my colleague, who's just over there. So we have a little stand in where the children are. We have a little stand in there with some information. We've got some packets and things in there, some weighing scales. So if anybody wants to come in and see us during the break, so at lunchtime and things, please do come in and have a chat. I think I've met quite a lot of you at Tuesdays and Wednesdays clinic, so it's really nice to see so many people here. Just briefly, from a point of view, I know trying to get the word out there, and when Anna was doing her talk, I was just thinking about a few of the things that we've done as well. One of the things, just to let you know, me and Lisa are quite excited about is we managed to get a page in the Manual of Dietetic Practice, which is a book that goes out to all new dietitians have when they start their course. So quite excited about that there be information in there about lipodystrophy experience and resistance, alongside with information about who to contact with for more information. And we've also done quite a few posters now at Diabetes UK, so for the last 5 years. So hopefully that's helping a little bit with trying to spread the word. So I'm not going to talk about diet today, which feels a bit strange, but I'm going to talk about GLP-1s, which Anna's touched on a little bit. So you've probably all heard of GLP-1s, and Anna said that they've been around for quite a long time. Just put this slide together. Seems to be on a daily basis, there's some information on news channels, newspapers, good and bad. Probably the main thing is a lot of celebrities who are using these GLP-1s and like Anna was saying, off license, and unfortunately sometimes that has a bit of a disruption in supply for people that actually do need them. And then you get the negative press on there as well. So I think it's quite hard for people to know what they should make of all of this, really. So hopefully I'll just talk through some of this to give you a bit more information. So basically, GLP-1s they act like some of the hormones that are in your gut. So when you eat, your gut produces certain hormones, which then will go on to do certain jobs. And one of those is to sort of make you feel full, and it affects your glucose control. So just some of the things that, so you can't see that little one down there because of the slide, but some of the things it will do is improve your glucose control by increasing insulin secretion, decrease glucose release from your muscles, increase glucose uptake, so that helps control blood sugars, delays gastric emptying, so makes you feel fuller for longer, is protective, has some cardioprotective, so heart protective properties, and then decreases appetite and cravings. And someone described to me before, it's a bit like it takes some of the noise away that food can create within an environment, so just helps you cope better with following dietary advice. There is loads of studies on these and loads of other things you could add there of how they work, but these are sort of the main ones that we've pulled out. So you may have heard of semaglutide. So this is one of the GLPs, and it's always made more complicated by giving lots more names. So we've got Ozempic, Rybelsus, Wegovy, which you may have heard of these. I think probably Ozempic's the main one that you hear on social media and the news and things. That's one of the sort of ones that the celebrities will often talk about. So Ozempic, it's a weekly injection, so it's moved to the weekly injections for people with type 2 diabetes. Rybelsus is a tablet you can take on every day, again for type 2 diabetes. And then you've got Wegovy, which is for support of weight management. So this is a really busy slide. Sorry, there's a couple of busy slides coming up just with all the guidance from NICE. So we have the National Institute of Clinical Excellence. When something is available on the NHS, they then have to see how can we then roll this out to people? How can this be, need to first get to the people who need it the most. Unfortunately, with a lot of the GLP-1s, because they have set the BMI, or so how much you weigh for your heights, quite a high level, so above 35, this often doesn't, within the population of lipodystrophy, a lot of people wouldn't be eligible for lots of these drugs. But there is kind of additional aspects to the NICE guidelines as well, depending on the types of diabetes medications that you're using. And then, as Anna was saying about things like insulin pump therapy and sensors, it's all moving along of what we can apply for. And then you've got Wegovy. Again, this is for weight loss only, not for diabetes, but again, BMI is high. But some people, again, are managing to get this on a slightly lower body mass index. They have, this is licensed for 2 years, so we don't really know what happens when people then come off of these after 2 years, because you see that weight rebound. So. And then you have tirzepatide, which is also known as Mounjaro. I mean, some of you may be taking some of these medications already. And this has been licensed both for type 2 diabetes and for weight management. A lot of this is under weight management clinics within the NHS. A lot of they hold the ability to prescribe them. So these slides hopefully will be made available so you can have a better look at them if you want to in more detail. Okay, so that's just the guidance there. It's I think that NICE is saying it's going to be about 12-year rollout period for all the people that meet the guidance at the moment. I think it would bankrupt the NHS if everybody who was entitled, who could get them, was to get them straight away. So yeah, it's very slow and steady. This is just a slide just to show, sorry, it's really tiny writing on there, but you can see on there, if you look at tirzepatide and Wegovy, for the effect it has on people's weight. Don't know if you can see the little line here, which is placebo, which is basically people who've been given dietary intervention but not the drug. And then you can see different doses of the medication and the effect it has on weight. So it clearly does work well for lots of people. But as I said earlier, when you stop the drug, people get this rebound back up. So they do really well and then back up. So it's one of these things you have to think about, or they're thinking about from a lifelong point of view. Like if you take your blood pressure medication, you need to keep taking that. If you stop, then your blood pressure goes up. So it's more of a long term. So all drugs come with side effects, unfortunately, and some of them can not be very sociable, some of the side effects that come with GLP-1s. So here you've got some people get diarrhea, some people bloating, nausea, vomiting, and it does seem to be really variable person to person. So some people start these drugs and they don't seem to really get too many side effects, and then other people, the side effects are really bad and they have to stop taking them. You do like a slow, gradual up titration of doses. So you start on one level, and then if you tolerate it, you then go to the next, and so on. And a lot of the side effects that people do get can be managed with dietary changes and over-the-counter medications to help until they ease. So I don't think you can really predict who's going to get side effects and who's not going to get side effects, unfortunately. There are more serious side effects, and that's why it's really important that you talk to your doctor before starting these. So things like pancreatitis, and again, within the lipodystrophy population, if you've had pancreatitis before, you may be higher risk if your triglycerides are running high. So that's something that's always taken into consideration before starting. And then down here, we've got if someone's of childbearing potential. So if you're thinking about having a child, or you're not on contraception, then it wouldn't be something that would be recommended. And that just sort of red flags why someone's got a history of gallstones, pancreatitis, or thinking about having a child, they'd need to be clear from it for 9 weeks. So what about lipodystrophy then? So we had a little look through some of the information, and we found a couple of sort of case reviews. So this one was just looking at tirzepatide in congenital generalized lipodystrophy. This is 2 people that took this. One of them was quite poorly controlled on insulin, and then the other person was quite well controlled on insulin. The person who was poorly controlled did really well and did massively reduce their doses of insulin and triglycerides, and then the person who was well controlled came off of insulin but was struggled to cope with it due to side effects. So you know, it can have these real positive impacts, but whether you can stay on them or not is tricky. And then there was a couple of other case reviews that looked at people with FPLD1 and generalized lipodystrophy. So FPLD1, you can see here, followed up for 6 months, and there was positive effects of people reducing insulin doses, stopping insulin. There were 2 episodes of pancreatitis, but it has on here both these people had a history of pancreatitis. And then another study that looked at FPLD and generalized lipodystrophy, and again, similar good reductions in weight, insulin requirements, but again, some of the side effects there, people having to stop because of you know, reflux and nausea. We've got one person with generalized lipodystrophy, the negative cosmetic impact that it had on them. So I think some of these studies were affected by the shortages that they had. So yeah. So I just put this on here because it's quite widely available for people to buy, and you do hear some horror stories of people buying it from non-reputable sellers. So just be warned, if you are thinking about, you know, starting it, if you want to self-fund it, number one, it's quite expensive, and it's something that needs funding long term to get the benefits. It's sort of £250 a month. You would need to really talk to one of, you know, a doctor first. It'd be much better to be upfront and let them know. Also, you need somewhere that's going to give you support for the side effects. Otherwise, it can be quite miserable. And also, it doesn't take away the need for diet and exercise. We have seen some people who are taking the GLP-1s and they're not able to really eat very much. We think it's fine, I'm losing weight, but they tend to lose a lot of muscle mass and not able to exercise. They become malnourished because they're not getting, you know, their vitamins and minerals that they need. So is really important to, you know, you do need the whole kind of package with it, really. And then yeah, I mean, it's one of these things that's being rolled out, but there's just in our region alone, there's 57,000 people that are currently eligible, just in sort of general population. And apparently there's 1 million prescriptions, 2,000 of which have been NHS. You can see where it's landing at the moment, but hopefully something that is useful for people with lipodystrophy, and you might say have tried it, or you may it might be suggested that you try in the future, but it's just so you're aware that they're there, really, and how they fit into our clinic. I don't know if anybody has any questions at all, or if you, yeah, yeah,
sorry. Because I know weight loss surgery was the big thing before this.
yeah.
And obviously with weight loss surgery, it's permanent. You do lose the weight and you keep it off because you can't eat. Whereas with this, I know it mimics it, but
I think, I mean, with we sort of call it metabolic surgery when people have had it within our service, and we did do a review actually of everyone who's had it, and you know, had positive outcomes for most, and that, like you say, is a long term for lots of people, but a lot of people don't want to go that far. They don't want to go down the surgical route. So I guess it's an additional, you know, thing that you could take if you are struggling. It doesn't take away from the surgery if people wanted to have surgery. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I guess it's a bit like diet, really, isn't it? You know, if you don't kind of stick to it, it, you know, goes back on. So it's just an extra thing to hopefully help. Yeah, I think it's just that they are producing more. I think I skipped past it actually with there's more and more of the additional kind of things that are mimicking hormones now. So you've got the GLP-1 plus GIP. Sorry, I skipped past, and they'll be adding more, I'm sure, to affect more different hormones. So it's when you look at some of the slides that are presented with all the different gut hormones and how they affect everything, it's mind-blowing, really.
So next up, I'm not quite as tall as Catherine. Next up, we have another research talk. This one, I think, is about the meal replacements, correct? Yeah, so.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Omar. I'm one of the research fellows based at the Institute of Metabolic Science. So that's just above the Lipodystrophy Clinic. So I've been working with Professor Savage and Dr. Steers for around a year and a half now, and I'm involved in this study. So what we're doing is we're looking at a low energy diet in people with lipodystrophy. So hopefully I can get some interest. If you find that you are interested and you are potentially suitable, I've placed some patient information leaflets on both sides of the room. So just feel free to grab one. So, not sure if this works. It's working. Okay. So who am I? So yeah, I'm Omar. I'm a doctor and I've been a research fellow since 2023. As I said, I'm working with Professor Savage and Dr. Steers. And I've been involved with this low energy diet study. So what does the study itself involve? Well, it's building on this very large study that was done up north near Newcastle called the DIRECT study. And what they did there was they put people with type 2 diabetes on a very low energy diet, so a liquid diet. And what they found was that 12 months, so at 1 year, around half of the participants were able to have achieved remission of type 2 diabetes. So we were interested to see whether the same thing can happen in people with lipodystrophy. So the study itself, it's 1 year, so 52 weeks. And what it involves is you come in for your baseline study visit, you have some blood tests, you have a DEXA scan. So the DEXA scan basically is a scan that looks at your body composition. So where's the fat and where's the muscle throughout the whole body. You also have an MRI scan. So that tells us about the fat in the liver and the pancreas and elsewhere. So it's looking at the visceral fat. And you have a small fat biopsy, which involves a small incision, about that big, so about 2 to 3 centimeters in the abdomen. And we take your measurements, so your weight, your height, calculate your BMI, your waist circumference, and your hip circumference. So after your baseline visit, you start on the liquid diet. So the liquid diet, I'll talk a bit more about it in the next slide, but essentially you are on a liquid diet that's 800 calories a day. So you have 4 meal replacements per day. Each one is 200 calories, okay? You then have a similar visit at week 12, week 24, and week 52. So 4 big visits that involve staying over and lots of different tests. And then in between, there's 3 smaller visits where you just come in for some basic measurements, some blood tests, and you give a urine sample. And at week 12, what we tend to do is we start tirzepatide. If you can't have tirzepatide, then alternatively, we start orlistat. I think that's the majority of sort of what happens throughout the study. So we provide all of the meal replacements. Okay, so they come in different various flavors and sort of consistencies, but they're all, so you can have sort of summer fruits, vanilla, banana, cappuccino, chocolate, for example. So some people prefer to have these things at lunch. There's also porridge. So some of the participants have found that porridge in the morning has been very good. And then there's sort of more savory things. So things like Oriental chili soup, chicken flavor with noodles, vegetable soup, and potato and leech. So there's lots of different flavors, and we provide all of the meal replacements throughout the study. And you're on this for 12 weeks. So for the first 12 weeks, you're on the pure liquid diet. After the 12 weeks, we start to gradually reintroduce solid food. And it's at that point that you'd start the tirzepatide or the orlistat. So as I said, it's 8 visits in total. The longest visit is your first visit. So you'd come to our research facility at Cambridge and you stay there for 2 nights. The rest of the study visits are 1-night stays. And we reimburse you for all of your travel costs, okay? So why are we doing this study? Well, firstly, we want to prove that it works. So clearly it's worked in people with type 2 diabetes. So there isn't really any reason that it's not going to work in people with lipodystrophy. We want to try and understand how it works, but more importantly, we want to try and improve the metabolic health in people with lipodystrophy. So who are we looking for? Well, we're looking for people with partial lipodystrophy. Okay, so people with generalized at the moment, we're not recruiting. And we want people who have a HbA1c between 53 and 108. You have to have had a stable weight for around 3 months. So if you've lost 10 kilos last week, unfortunately, we can't recruit you. The really important thing, I think, is that we want individuals who are highly motivated and really enthusiastic and psychologically up for the challenge, because it's not easy to be on a liquid diet for 12 weeks. You do miss the sensation of chewing food. It's not easy. It can sometimes affect your mental health because you miss sort of eating things like chocolates and whatnot that you shouldn't be eating. But I think that's really, really a key here, that you have to be psychologically up for the challenge. There's lots of things to exclude you. So I'll just run through a few of them. So if you're pregnant, if you can't give consent, if you have sort of histories of eating disorders or purging behavior, because it just makes things harder. If you've had previous gastric bypass or any sort of weight loss surgery. Use of leptin as well, in general, we wouldn't recruit if you're on leptin. And if you've got any untreated thyroid problems. So if you're interested or if you're unsure if you're suitable, please contact me. And that's my email there. You know, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have, but that's the study.
Happens after the 12 months? So you've and what happens, what's the sort of end goal of it, where you're saying you're metabolically trying to make things better? Are you able to reverse things? Are you at a stage where you don't need medication anymore? Or so just what happens after that 12 months is really what I'm interested in.
Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal the results, but I'll give you a general answer. So the first 12 weeks, you're on a pure liquid diet. So you have 4 shakes a day. After 12 weeks, so at the point that we start the either tirzepatide or orlistat, you reintroduce food. So that's for, and then after that, after 12 weeks of that, you then go back onto a regular diet. What we found is in the majority of participants that we've recruited, in the first 12 weeks, they've lost a significant amount of weight. Some of the participants, we've been able to reverse their diabetes at 12 weeks. And some patients who have been on very high doses of insulin have either stopped insulin completely or they're on minimal amounts of insulin. At 52 weeks, we are due to have, we've had a couple of participants who have finished at the 52 weeks, of which generally the results have been positive. We've got a couple more by the end of the year who are due to finish, who are on track to, again, be metabolically much more healthy than when they started, i.e. either off insulin completely or normal HbA1c. So it looks positive, but we don't have enough people who have completed the study yet to give you an answer.
Hiya. Why are you not starting them on tirzepatide straight away, which would surely help your follow through for that 12 weeks? Because, make it easier dropping to that kind of thing. And then my other question is, if there's no, you didn't say anything about BMI there, so how come you guys can give it to people with is there a hope that maybe by proving that the tirzepatide is helpful in people with a BMI below 35, that actually it could be carried over to other sort of prescription of it, if that makes sense?
So I think tirzepatide, I think NICE will allow people with BMI below 35 to have tirzepatide. If within the NICE guidance, I think the cutoff is actually 25 or 23, something like that, if you've got other metabolic conditions. So I don't think BMI of 35 is a requirement for you to have tirzepatide. It's BMI on an individual person isn't a good sort of score to prognosticate somebody's metabolic health, because someone may have a BMI of 40, but they might be extremely muscular rather than metabolically unhealthy and overweight. So it's difficult, and that's why we don't really judge things based on BMI. But we are looking for people who have some fat to lose. I.e., that's why we're sort of going for partial rather than generalized. I think there was a question here.
Heart conditions and coronary problems and stuff like that. And me personally, my BMI is only 21 anyway, so I wouldn't be eligible for it.
I don't think BMI would exclude you. I think for anybody that's interested, we'd look at your sort of history, and we'd sort of look at the risks and benefits of taking part in the study. So, if you have heart conditions, it's something we certainly take into consideration, but it wouldn't necessarily definitely exclude you, but it's something that we would have to discuss. So I'd speak to Dr. Steers and Professor Savage and see whether, it would be the right thing to put you through the study. And just to answer, sorry, because I didn't answer the other part of your question before. The reason we don't start tirzepatide from the beginning of the study is because we want to see what happens with a low energy diet. And so if you start tirzepatide from the beginning, you won't know whether this is the diet that's doing, that's improving things, or if it's the tirzepatide. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next up, very exciting, we've got our first patient talk, patient story. So we'd like to welcome Trisha to the stage.
I am a patient and good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and children, and dog, I think, or something. Or was it? Right. I really must reiterate how good the study is that Omar's just spoken about. I previously was on leptin. Leptin's a great drug if you're eligible for it. Have I got to talk into this? Hello, did you hear what I said earlier? Oh, right. Anyways, you can tell I'm professional. Can we cut that televised bit? What was I saying? Anyway, so I just wanted to reiterate how good the study that I'm doing currently with Omar, Dr. Omar, is. I was previously on leptin, which is a great drug if you are eligible for it, which I was, and I was on it for quite a while, but I found, just me personally, this is about me and my story. I grew up on eating carbs and basically everything I shouldn't, and that was always in my head to eat that. So for instance, with leptin, instead of say I had 10 bars of chocolate, which I never did that much, but I would then have 4. So for me, I was still not eating the right things. So I was still getting all the symptoms basically, but just not as bad. So one of the patients here told me about the study. I had to come off leptin for 2 or 3 months. And previous to coming off of it, I wasn't sure if it was still working. But when you come off of it, if you need it, you really know that it was working because I was so hungry. Anyway, moving on. But if you are eligible, I'd really recommend that you talk about it because I feel so good now. Got more energy. The diet can be tough, but once you get through the first week or two, it's really doable. And there's lots of benefits that I'll talk about in a minute. Right, hold on. That's me. And that's a zebra. Zebra, that's our motto, I believe. Right, Megan, move it. I don't know what to do now. Right. So I'm going to talk about me and my journey and my... So basically, I was born with this illness, didn't know I had it, obviously. But as a child, I was 52 when I got diagnosed, which is very late. Prior to that, for years, I was basically called a hypochondriac because I was always ill, always at the doctor's, always moaning. And I then eventually got suspected. So then I was sent to, I lived in Edinburgh and I was sent to, I was sent to see, stay there, to see Dr. Semple, who diagnosed me, and thank God for that, because that's when my journey started. For years, I've felt awful, which I'm sure a lot of you can relate to, absolutely terrible, but I could never tell someone what it was. Yeah, I could never identify that. I mean, I ended up seeing a psychiatrist, sent me to like, something wrong with you, Trish, you're not normal. So when I was a child, I was extremely skinny, which I found I got bullied for, which is ridiculous. Kids are not very nice. So I got bullied quite a lot. We were quite poor, so my mum used to just give us carbs, which is the wrong thing to give me. Although I was skinny, I was called, you're a pig, you're not nice, you don't share your food. I would literally, if I could nick someone's food, I would. So I wasn't very liked. I was bullied a lot as a child. And, the whole thing is just, you feel different because you're different to other people. You look different, you feel different, and you basically trying to get as much food in you as possible. When I was very young at infant school, I used to tell the school I was hungry. So they gave me extra milk back in them days. And then they called my mother in and the social services thinking she wasn't feeding me. So it was a big investigation. And, my mum could have got in trouble, but they basically just said, she's a greedy child, which you're labelled with. You know, she's greedy, she's got high metabolism, that's why she's slim. So the whole saga went on. And, you know, my sisters and brothers haven't got it. So it was always me causing the attention, being, you know, attention seeking, hungry, what, you know, all the symptoms of lipodystrophy to a degree. Oh, yeah. Didn't know that slide had gone on. So let me check something. God, I'm so crap at this. I'm so. So basically, that all led on to some quite severe mental health problems for me. No, it didn't. I'll tell you about that after. So I didn't get diagnosed with diabetes till I was 32. And they could never get it under control. So I went into hospital for a couple of days, and one doctor said to me, "Just you need as much insulin as an elephant." And that was the result, but you couldn't do anything about it. So then as time went on, I got put onto more insulin, the high dose, 200 units per unit. And so it was all getting a bit out of hand, and still I couldn't do anything about it. So back in the day, doctors would say to me, you must be eating all this sugar and you must be eating carbs and your diet must be terrible. So therefore you're not under control. So I had the guilt factor all the time. So I'd go through periods of sod it, I'm just going to eat what I want because it doesn't work anyway, to trying to be really good, to, you know, yo-yo effect of trying to get it all right. I've developed sleep apnea, which is, you know, very sexy at 30. Yeah, just always feeling bad about myself because I was never doing anything right, coupled with bullying, and I ended up with an unstable personality disorder because I felt bad about myself all the time. And you're bullied. A lot of the mental health problems come from, or can come from, childhood, and they develop, and then, you know, you end up feeling bad because everything you're supposed to do and you do or try to do, everyone says it's wrong. You're doing everything wrong. You know, just, and then you start, like, then I got PCO, so I started getting hairy. I was infertile. I've now got a child, beautiful child. So therefore you're feeling different, you know. The amount of people asked me if I was pregnant, you know, I'm 60 this year, and people still, up until I went on this diet, oh, you know, I'm thinking, yeah, it'd be a miracle if I ever was. But yeah, I had that all my life, and, you know, skinny arms, skinny legs. You work out at the gym, and no, I don't. You know, I don't do anything until last year. I started to look after myself. This is my nap. So, you know, we all need naps. I call it necessary adult peace session, either that or necessary adult child sessions. So basically, I used to feel guilty about having a nap. You know, I really did. So some people say, oh, it's all right, everyone needs a nap. But you generally think of naps when you're older, you know, sitting in the chair, falling asleep. But I've been doing this all my life, you know. I've left parties. I don't invite people around my house because I can't tell them when to go. Whereas if I go to someone's house, I leave when I want to, you know, that was my... So basically, yeah, that's what you say to people now. Not having a nap, I'm having a necessary adult session of put my feet up, whatever it is. So this was done by Dr. Dr. Omar. This is the study that I've had done. So the yellow is all where my fat is. And no, I don't have a willy. That is just... So I don't know why. That's a shadow. Or something. So that is where we are now. That's where they found the fat. And I'm having a scan shortly, and it's going to be gone. Because this diet, I've lost 1.5 stone, which I didn't really, I did need. I've lost the hump on my back. I've lost all the back around my shoulders, my belly. I haven't got holding, well, I've got holding knickers on, but it's amazing. And the most amazing thing for those that are diabetic, I've gone from 500 units of insulin to 5. I've already told you that. I have, and I sorry. yeah, it's just amazing. And I feel more agile, still get tired, but I used to think that was the food. If I've gone over, God, I've nearly gone over time. No, I haven't. Yeah, I used to think it was the food. Body just, right, I'm just going to read the slide. Years of fatigue, dysmorphia, food cravings, huge amounts of food. This, could you move that thing over? That. This is really my husband's very close. Now, we are both. So I'm not. So, yeah, we'll have to go in. He will. Oh no, it's not on the inside. So I think I read heard that whatever weight you are, this could be completely wrong, but basically we are twice the size of I think you have to double your size. I'm no doctor, but I think you have to double your size because we are supposed to eat, or me, not we, me, whoever else, is supposed to eat as if you are obese. That might be wrong, but I think, yeah, something like that. She's nodding. I hope you know you're right, because I don't know. But yeah, so moving on. Now, these are the activities I now do. Not just because of the diet, but I decided to embrace life because my motto in life has always been acceptance leads to happiness. So basically, not just us, anybody in life, you've got to accept your life, who you are. And then it does kind of lead to happiness. It's like, well, what's the point of being miserable? You know, if I got anything wrong with you, you just got to embrace it, enjoy it. Right. So going back to when I was young, no, we're not. It's a challenge, but we can cope with it. Omar always says that to me. He texts me, and so does Catherine. And he always says, keep strong. And no one's ever said that to me because we are strong. We look strong and we actually are strong. And he always says that to me, keep strong. And when he first said that, he texts me, rings me on the study, said that I thought I really like that, keep strong, because you do have to be strong. Not only to cope with what we've got wrong with us, but especially in the study, keep with it, keep strong. And I really believe it does work. And someone said earlier on about what happens when you come off the study. The great thing about the study is you are getting every nutrient your body needs, which I don't think I ever had before. So my brain's working better, although it's not showing up today because I'm knackered, but my brain's clicking. Everything's clicking because I'm getting every nutrient my body or anybody's, it's all sorted out, carbs, fat, whatever. So you feel better in that respect. And I can't remember what the next bit was, but anyway, your challenges don't define you. My daughter did this. She's the guru. Just make sure I've got it all. Hold on. Oh, I just want to say something about raising money and participating. I know we're all tired. I know we all can't be bothered. I used to be like that, but we really do need to support the charity because otherwise this wouldn't be here. We need to, if we're buying things off Amazon, we need to click a button or whatever for the charity. Really need to, because this wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have any of this. Because I think, well, I took it for granted that it's always going to be there, but it isn't necessarily going to be here forever if we don't try to even just let people know about it so they can raise funds. But I think the easy things like doing surveys or paying things through PayPal, it's really important. You know, even I've started doing it, and I'm really technophobic. I just don't know what to do. My daughter. Anyway, there's a video that I'm going to shut up about. Keep strong. Anyway. Oh, stop. I did this on behalf of Casey. was asking people to do a TV doc or whatever, and I really wanted to raise awareness for children, our children's children, because more people are getting or being diagnosed. And I don't want them going through the horrible journey that I went through. 52 years of not knowing what was going on is not good. So this is to help us and the future us. Put it on. It's not, it's half better. It's good video if it comes on. In fact, it's fabulous. Because I'm in it. And I volunteered. Nope. Oh. Turns out to be a comedy. No worries, I'll let you know. Might get off. Want to go out and help technical woman? Yeah, I'll say the position back. Anyone, any questions? I'll do, Has anyone got any questions, particularly about the diet? Not all at once, they don't want. Oh, no, hello, darling.
Oh, is it just the diet?
I'm on metformin, 5 units a week, 500 and some other tablets. Yeah, that is, and yeah, hello. Any other? Hello, thank you.
Has it affected anything else? Obviously, it's done wonders for your diabetes, but has it affected anything?
Well, now that slide with the fat, I fully expected that fat on my internal organ to eventually go, but certainly been reduced. Because when the video comes up, you see how big something. But I can't that way here, all bulging out around the glass. Stomach was, you know, like we, you know, yeah. Oh, I think. Sorry.
That's okay. So I was going to ask, since you've been on the liquid diet, are you still having to take the diabetic medication as well as the insulin?
I'm on yeah, I think taking it for we've done what we know.
That's 100-fold reduction in insulin. So insulin sensitivity is massively improved, which will improve almost all of the other kind of blood markers. So that is a tremendous improvement. And maybe it'll come off it altogether eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know you had that. Somewhere. Yeah, that's a bit embarrassing for me, but I'm trying to be honest. Anyway, here is the video. Oh, sorry. Oh, go on.
Started taking solid food again.
I haven't started that, but for me, not even being on food and thinking about it, I'll never go back to what you have to really be strong-minded.
Or like never going back to solid food. Like never feeling anything more than I mean, it's impressive. Like from 500 units of insulin to like 500, and maybe increases 500.
Anyway, hello. What a creepy popular today. I'll get me on mic.
Sorry,
no.
just quickly. Do you still have the food noise in your head though?
But I just
Not
thought
at all.
I'm never going back to normal. Is it? I think she said.
The thing you want to eat more of it. Something to do with fat and chemicals that we maybe eat. I don't know. But when I start eating, I can't stop ever. Unless we get sick or fall asleep. That's usually what stops me. If you sick or fall asleep. Now you have to escape. No, not at all. I should be on commission for these.
And then while you've been on the shakes, how have you coped in social environments where, like, for instance, we had the meal yesterday, and when you see other people eating around you, does that kind of test your willpower? Or
The day after I had started the week, I went on an all-inclusive holiday with my daughter and husband, surrounded by food, and you just I prepared my mind to sit. I don't think you do this thing straight into my book. Okay.
Yeah, it's willpower as well as it's not a magic solution, right?
No, I'm still go out. I mean, I don't go out for a 3-course meal. Well, I did, and I have that. But if I'm going out with girlfriend, no, I wouldn't. Not that I can't put myself through, but I'd get bored. They're all eating, and I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's really doable, and I'm an all or nothing. I'll either juice out or. Vegetable drink. Yeah.
Thank you, Tricia. Any other questions? No, we'll do the video then. Thank you very much.
Story because I would really like to help people avoid the long journey that I've had to go through to find these items. But this is not an easy journey to diagnose, to describe, because like myself, I don't look ill, or I don't think I do. When you've got lipodystrophy, depending on what type you have, fat around your body is going around your internal organs. It's not going on your arm. Well, I've got skin on top of skin and muscle and bone. I've got no fat, no fat. So all these things that I can do go. Yeah. Do you think that's a lot? It's a whole box of cereal. Food is a trigger to eat more food because right now I've had a huge amount. I'm stopping because it's sick. My belly could not physically put more in, but my brain is telling me it's not enough.
So therefore the fridge is probably cursed, it's my worst enemy, but my favourite because I will be constantly probing. I left school when I was 15. Because of being bullied, I walked out of my exams. I've been bullied all my life for being skinny, would you believe? Skinny and poor, which is unfortunate, and also being greedy. I'm always eating, always wanting food. So this is hard for me, but I was basically the black sheep of the family because there's 4 of us in the family, 4 kids, and I was the one that used to cry because I was always hungry. The childhood was different. Nobody believed me. None of my family really liked me. It was a form of neglect, but they didn't mean to neglect me. They neglected me because they didn't know what to do with me as a family. I ended up bullying myself because you didn't bully yourself. Because you believe what people say, especially when your family is saying it, as well as the whole community is saying it. When you've got a condition like lipodystrophy, which I didn't know it's lipodystrophy, because when you've got lipodystrophy, you don't feel anything in particular, the whole body feels awful. I've ended up on 2 units. 1 unit of the insulin that I take is 200 times concentrated the type of insulin that a normal diabetic takes. For me right now, the tiredness is a big thing, pain is another. There's lots of aspects of this illness. There's body dysmorphia, the psychological, the physical, the mental, how it coach life, what you eat. So what you eat is key. January 2017, I then went to Edinburgh. I still got to think now where it says we worked on genetic testing, suspected partial familial lipodystrophy, PPAR gamma type 3. So I went and got the testing done and I got it. I've got this illness. This kind of all makes sense to my whole life story of why this, whatever, how I feel, what happened, why it happened. Journey from there, it's a real shock. Especially when they say things like you're 1 in a million people have got it. When you're told it's sort of devastating, that's something wrong with you. You need time to absorb it. There's some quite devastating things, but that's how I felt at the time. I felt like my life was over, which is not true by any means. I have a fantastic life now. So I'm finding out a lot about what I like in life, what I want. I always knew what I didn't want to do, but I never knew what I did want to do. I've been very lucky in life. So if I had to tell you about someone that's rare and precious, that would be my daughter, Megan. She is the most supportive, kind person that helps me not only with my lipodystrophy and how to get through emotional times sometimes. She is just an amazing human being. Once you're diagnosed, once you know what you're doing, it's empowering and you can then adapt to life, only small adaptations sometimes, but you can live a really good life. And you have to be an advocate for yourself. Contact your lipodystrophy organisation. They will support you and put you in contact with the right people that will guide you through the lipodystrophy journey. Basically, lipodystrophy is a condition that you manage to get on with, but yeah, I had a great life. There's so many aspects to being happy, focus in dark places, and just being really happy.
Thank you so much to Tricia. That was very emotional. this is why it's so important to share our stories. I'm not going to say any more about that because we need to move on to the next speaker, but the video project with Chiesi is what brought this video to us, and these we can use for awareness activities. So if you want to get involved, please do. Our next speaker, and the last one before lunch, is Justin Rochford, who is joining us virtually and giving us a talk on some of the research that he and his group are doing in Aberdeen. I'm not sure if he's on the line. Yes.
I am.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Thank you for
Excellent.
joining us.
Thanks very much. Great. I'll just click a few buttons here. And hopefully, I'm also now sharing my screen with you. So can you see some slides? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yeah, we can see slides.
Thanks a lot, Becky. So thanks very much. Thanks to Siobhan and to Becky for putting together a fantastic meeting and for letting me join you guys virtually. It's always really great to have some interaction with patients. I know these meetings are fantastic for you. They're also really good for those of us who work in research, who we don't get to see patients because we're not medical doctors, or some of us at least. And so it's really great to hear your stories. So thanks also to Tricia for kicking things off so well with the patient stories. I'm looking forward to hearing more later. And also Becky gave such a great introduction. I think I may be able to move quickly through a few slides. And despite starting a couple of minutes late, I might get you out even early for your dinner. I hear panic amongst the catering staff. So first thing, I thought I'd title this Molecules to Meals. As Siobhan said right at the beginning, we're doing some new stuff. We've just started about meals or recipes that might be suited to people with lipodystrophy. And so I'll come to that towards the end. And I don't really want to talk in detail about a lot of the science that we're doing. I just want to give you a flavor of the kind of research that we're doing. I know George McElroy, my colleague, is down with you today, which is fantastic. And he's going to tell you about some of the work that he's doing here as well later. So now my slides don't seem to be advancing. There we go. So I'm talking to you from Aberdeen, where we're based. So this is the old University of Aberdeen. We're actually based in the newer parts of the university on the biomedical campus. So we're in the Rowett Institute. And I should just say, in terms of conflict of interest statements, just so everyone knows, both George McElroy and I are co-inventors on a patent application that covers virally mediated gene therapies for lipodystrophy. I'm also a co-investigator on a project with Regeneron, but that's not to do with lipodystrophy at all. So just a bit of an introduction about the kind of research that we're doing and why. So Becky's very nicely introduced the fact that, lipodystrophy is really fundamentally a condition of whether your fat cells and your fat tissue is working properly. So we do quite a lot of work in cell-based studies just to try and understand what do fat cells do, understand more about how they develop and how they work and why they're so important for systemic health. Why do they have these effects throughout the body? But what's actually going on within the fat cells? To understand those more systemic effects, we also do these what we refer to as preclinical studies. So we don't do studies in patients here ourselves, but we use these mouse models which can recapitulate certainly a lot of the features that you all know well that patients suffer from. So we particularly have used this mouse model which has a loss of this gene BSCL2, which encodes a protein called sapin. And that's actually the same gene, the same protein that's disrupted in patients that have congenital generalized lipodystrophy type 2. So a near complete loss of adipose tissue in the patients, and that's exactly what we see, or very similar to what we see in this mouse model. And those mice also, they're insulin resistant, so the insulin doesn't control blood sugar levels properly. These mice have fatty liver, increased hunger. We've recently done some work looking at what happens in the joints. They have some joint problems, which are probably similar to what happens in patients. And so there are various things that we can examine in detail in those models. I think it's important, I'm going to say something more about this on the next slide, that there are limitations. So no models that we use are perfect. And so one thing just to highlight is, as has been mentioned actually already a couple of times, is very high levels of fat circulating in the blood, hypertriglyceridemia, we don't observe in this particular model. So there are things we can't look at. So to give you an overview of some of the things that we're currently studying, so already it's very nice, been mentioned a few times about GLP-1 receptor agonists, these drugs which were developed as type 2 diabetes treatments, then have now widely used in obesity. And we're really interested in how they may work in lipodystrophy. And we wanted to study more about that. I'm going to say something about that, I think, in a minute, some more about that. But we've looked at a drug, liraglutide. We're also looking at semaglutide and tirzepatide. So as been mentioned already, you might know these as Victoza, as Ozempic, and as Mounjaro. So we're really interested in exactly how those drugs work in lipodystrophy. We're interested in gene therapy approaches. I know George is going to say some more about that, so I won't say much about that just now. And then we're also really interested in mechanistic studies. So can we understand exactly, particularly for genes that we know are disrupted and can cause lipodystrophy, what exactly do those genes do? Can we understand more about how the condition develops? And then also we predict that if we can understand more about that, we can understand better how the condition develops. Can we find new targets and also potentially new causes of lipodystrophy if we understand the networks of how these genes and proteins work together? So I guess I always think a really useful question to ask, and I think one of the great value of being able to speak to patients and patient groups and these kind of interactions is to understand more about what it is we need to know. I guess just anecdotally, I'd say I came into studying lipodystrophy because I was interested in understanding how insulin works, and particularly looking at type 2 diabetes. Now, Becky's already mentioned lipoatrophic diabetes and lipodystrophy is similar to, but it's not the same as type 2 diabetes. But I think, at that stage, everybody was really mainly focused on diabetes, maybe how lipids levels are regulated in lipodystrophy. But really, there wasn't much known, and I would say there probably still isn't, about lots of the other things that really affect your lives, but which we don't really study in detail. And I think, what's now much better appreciated is the kind of multi-system aspects of lipodystrophies. And I think that's one of the things that I think we're really interested in trying to understand more about and that we'd like to study more. So I mentioned already we use mouse models for some of these studies. And so I think, as I said, it's really important to understand the strengths of those, but also that there are limitations. So I would say the strengths of them are that we can manipulate things in a very controlled way in those mouse studies, things that we just couldn't possibly do if we're doing studies or if people are doing studies in patients. So if we really want to understand exactly what genes causing lipodystrophy do, then this is a great way to examine that. A second thing is, I think it's a really good way to safely test and analyze in depth new drug therapies or to test existing drugs that are used for other conditions in lipodystrophy. And I think actually the GLP-1 receptor agonists drugs are a really good example of that. Lipoatrophic diabetes isn't type 2 diabetes. We know a lot about how these drugs work in type 2 diabetes. So what we want to understand is exactly what happens with these drugs in lipoatrophic diabetes, and that's something that we're doing quite a bit of work on, and I think is really interesting. It's important to try and pick that apart and understand those effects better. There are, of course, many limitations. One of them is that there aren't really any good mouse models of partial lipodystrophy, so I think that's a really key limitation and one that is difficult to address. I think it goes without saying that mice are not people. And so there are some clear differences between mouse and human physiology that go beyond having whiskers and a tail. So, really clearly there are some differences, and some of those differences are about fat. And so fat tissue distribution is not exactly the same. in mice as it is in humans. And so, you can't always extrapolate perfectly from mouse models. And then I think it's always really important to note as well, some of the things that would be really important for us to understand better, effects on things that affect quality of life. So anxiety, chronic pain, some of those fatigue, things that have been mentioned already, they can be very difficult to examine, but not necessarily impossible, but difficult to examine in these in vivo models. So I think Becky's already nicely sort of summarized the fact that lipodystrophy is essentially a problem of fat tissue function. I think it is just worth us, the point I'd like to make with this slide is really just that there are some parallels with what happens in obesity, which is obviously a very common disorder. And so that can be helpful to us, both in understanding things we should examine in lipodystrophy, but I think also in sort of making the case for getting funding to do the kind of studies we want to do. So this is just really to point out the fact that what we understand happens in let me just get rid of this. So what we understand happens in obesity, why you get diabetes in obesity, is that we all have an ability to fill up fat stores to a certain level. But if we fill up our fat stores to the max, our fat cells within the fat tissue can't store any more lipid appropriately. And that lipid spills over into other tissues, particularly the liver, pancreas, and so on, and cause disease. And the effect of what's happening in lipodystrophy is that those same things are occurring, and it's because the adipose tissue, the fat tissue expansion is constrained right from the start. And so that's why you get many of the same features as you see in obesity, but at a much lower BMI. It's why BMI, as has been mentioned several times, is not a very useful measure of this. And I think that just is just a really useful point to make, that when we're trying to get studies funded to understand what's happening in lipodystrophy, we can do that, but obviously we're trying to convince funders why it's not only really important because we really want to understand and help patients with lipodystrophy, but there are also added benefits to that we could by understanding these mechanisms to a much broader spectrum of conditions, and that might help us in obtaining funding. So the other thing that we're really interested in is, we've said it's a problem of fat tissue function, but why is that? And why are so many, if it's a multi-system disorder, why are so many other tissues, why are so many other organs being affected? And it's just to make the point that that's something we're really interested in studying as well, is what's the crosstalk between fat tissue and other tissues which cause these problems in other tissues? So, and then the other aspect of this is I'm also a bit of a nerd that's interested in fat tissue and what fat tissue does and how fat tissue functions. And one of the interesting things is sort of if you have partial lipodystrophy, or you have fat tissue, so it's not that you don't have any. So why isn't that enough, basically, to protect you against these other disorders? And so what we know is that even if you take just, well, the first comment I'd make just with the figure on the right hand side there is that we know that there are lots of different fat tissue depots within the body, and we know those fat tissue depots do slightly different things and can have different effects on your body. So it's been mentioned already that if you lose the fat from your extremities and under the skin, you can have very lean arms and legs, and the fat tissue that you're accumulating in the center of your body is actually unhealthy and is associated with the conditions that you see in lipodystrophy. So this is to illustrate there are lots of different types of fat tissue, but also to say that even if you just take one type of fat tissue and you look within that particular depot of fat at the individual cells, what you find is there are actually different fat cells within the tissue with slightly different functions. And so we know that there are some, within even one depot, you'll find some healthy fat cells that have rapid fat turnover of fat within the cell, and some unhealthy fat cells that are turning over fat much more slowly. And the good ones will have a good profile of these adipokines, these fat secreted hormones that have been mentioned actually already, and unhealthy ones will have a poor profile of those fat hormones. So those fat hormones are obviously a really important part of how adipose tissue, fat tissue talks to other organs. And probably obviously the best known of those is leptin, which is secreted from adipose tissue and has multiple effects on the body. So I've already mentioned, but many of you know already, that leptin is obviously a key treatment, particularly in generalized lipodystrophy, where the lack of fat tissue means leptin levels are low. And that's one of the reasons, because leptin suppresses appetite or in the brain, then that's one of the reasons that leptin helps with those hunger, with that increased hunger. So it's a good point just to, which for me to stop and just acknowledge those who are doing all that work in the lab. So Dr. Alima Ruman's has been leading all the work that we've done on GLP-1 receptor drugs in lipodystrophy, but is also doing lots of work trying to understand the details of how these genes that are disrupted in lipodystrophy are actually involved in fat tissue function. Nadine Sommer's a PhD student in the lab. She's been doing some AAV or virus-mediated gene therapy work in lipodystrophy, and also some really interesting, nice work with a new imaging technology we think could tell us a bit about fat tissue function. So at some point in the future, I might come and tell you about that. So some really great work that they've been doing. So they've been fantastic contributions. You'll be hearing from George McElroy later, and George's lab in the Rout Institute we collaborate with very closely as well. So should acknowledge all our very interesting collaborations with George. So then the last thing I wanted to talk about was sort of highlighted by Siobhan at the start of the meeting, which was that we've just started trying to do some work on lipodystrophy friendly recipes. So unfortunately, the timing meant we weren't able to produce anything for this specific meeting. This is a project that in collaboration with Alex Johnston, who's a colleague here at the Rout Institute, we got two fantastic visiting students, Alessia Martiri, and Emma Giraud. And they've been here for the past couple of months or so and have been trying to put together some recipes that we think, might be lipodystrophy friendly, but I think as was mentioned at the beginning and by others, that what would be really nice is to produce things which are not only suitable for people with lipodystrophy, but also which are tasty, interesting things that a whole family might want to eat, rather than something that's been produced just very specifically and you feel like you're giving things up for. So Alessia and Emma have done some really great work over the past couple of months. They've just been making some of these recipes and taking photographs in the past week or so. So hopefully we shall have something for you all very soon. An example of the kind of thing they're producing with some recipe cards is on the left. And there's a list of a few things they've been coming up with recipes for and trying to come up with innovative ways to produce things which you might want, but which would be also lipodystrophy friendly. I think they came up with about 10 recipes each. So we've done 6 that they've been trying to produce in our kitchens here and take some photographs of and make some recipe cards and a cookbook. What we'd like to do next is, actually, I'll be pestering Catherine, probably, who spoke earlier, to see if we can get some specific input. We have really great nutrition expertise here in the Rout, but not specific expertise in lipodystrophy or diet for lipodystrophy. So I think what we're great at is coming up with innovative ways of changing recipes and using better ingredients that might suit certain, might have certain improved profiles, let's say. And I think what we want to do next is just make sure that these really are suitable for lipodystrophy patients. And then we love to get some feedback from as many of you who might be willing. So I'll be sending things on to Siobhan, and hopefully she can send some things out to you. And then what we love to do is produce something which is kind of in collaboration with everybody there, which will be helpful. So that's our idea. I think we just check out for time. So I think it's just really important to acknowledge that these are all our sort of local collaborators, really, but that this is very much a collaborative effort. And I think that's actually the way we need to be in order to try and address this wide range of features of lipodystrophies. If we want to understand more about the kind of multi-system nature of disorder, we need collaborations with people who work in lots of different, with expertise in lots of different tissues. So I think I'll finish with this slide and try and take a couple of questions, which is just that, what we really need to know as researchers is what affects your lives the most, and we'd love to hear that. And so please do pester us and tell us and chat to us whenever you see us at these meetings. We really want to know what problems you like to be solved. I just give as an example, if you're taking medications like leptin, GLP-1 based drugs, what is it that those don't do? And then maybe we can go away and think about what kind of research we could do to address that. I don't need to go into challenges for the researchers, but I think it's useful for you to know that. So when you're telling us things, you can understand that, one of our challenges is to convince funders that a rare disease really needs us to get funding and do research in it. And so, if we get feedback from you, all the great work that Lipodystrophy UK and other patient groups do really helps to raise a profile and really helps us. Becky mentioned right at the beginning that she and Siobhan have been really helpful when we've been putting applications together, and that's great to have that discussion and have your support. So we really appreciate that. I'm going to stop there. I think I've typed for time already, but thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have any questions? Got time for a couple? No?
Because of hello, doctor. Yeah, about leptin, I was on it, but I came off of it because I was making bad food choices. Would that be good mixed together with learning more about what you eat that's good for you, like these diet books, before people went on leptin, maybe? Because you can eat what you want when you're on leptin, or I did. So
Yeah, interesting. I didn't actually, my understanding is that leptin's really going to sort of suppress your appetite. Then it has lots of other benefits on other tissues or other effects, not just on appetite. But I think that's true. I mean, I guess I the point you're making is that when you're on leptin and other things improve, then you sort of then you're still there's nothing making you select good or bad things particularly. I think that a really interesting aspect is how some of these drugs, so you mentioned leptin, is how leptin might affect your food choices, actually. And there is some interesting research about different drugs, probably more in obesity, but how drugs can affect your food choice. I know I'm not answering your question quite, but I think one of the really interesting things will be with the GLP-1 drugs. I think it was mentioned already. I think you even said, in fact, about how GLP-1 based drugs, if you're on Mounjaro, for example, or Ozempic, it can certainly affects your overall desire for food, but I think it also can change your desire for certain foods. And that's something I think that's really interesting aspect is are certain things going to be helpful to people to make better choices?
I think that's part of it's a difficult, complex problem, right? Because if all your life you've been hungry, you end up eating quite poorly just because you're trying to eat enough to fill yourself up. So just because the desire to satiate yourself is changed with metreleptin or whatever other drug you might be trying, doesn't mean your food habits have changed. And actually, it's an ingrained thing that you've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. So to actually change that mindset is really difficult. And it's more than just the drug. So it takes willpower, but actually potentially there's other research that could be done to help us make the right food choices, and having recipe books that are having appealing recipes that are balanced and give us what we need as well is part of that journey. Any other questions?
Hello. You asked for feedback, input, etc. If we have any, how do we get in touch?
So I'm very, very happy for Siobhan or Becky to just pass on my email. If you Google me, you'll almost certainly get a link to our research pages at the University of Aberdeen. You should be able to find my email that way. But to make it easy, if I'm very happy for my email to be sent around with information about this meeting. So yes.
Thank you. And also you can always contact the charity, and we can always put you in touch at any point with anybody. So please reach out if you don't know who to reach out to. Any other questions? No, I think everyone's hungry. So thank you very much, Justin. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it. And just to let everyone know, lunch is being served where breakfast was this morning, which is just across the way. We are back here in an hour and a half, so 2:30. If possible, I'm thinking if we can gather 5 or 10 minutes before that, and we can have a group photo for anybody who wants to get involved. Not compulsory, but if you'd like, that would be really great. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started, if that's all right. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. I hope you're feeling refreshed. So our next speaker is joining us virtually. He was going to come, but unfortunately circumstances changed, but he was kind enough to still join us virtually. It's Tom Staniford. So those of you who came to the last patient day might remember him. So I think we're going to link to him now, hopefully. Hi, Tom.
Hello, can everybody see me?
We can. Hi, Tom.
You can, wonderful. Well, we're coming at you live across the airwaves from the splendour of my kitchen. I hope that you've all been having a wonderful day. I'm just going to switch onto the screen. Can you see now my wonderful opening slide?
Yes, we can.
You can, wonderful. Okay, so please forgive me for not being able to attend. I really did want to attend this event. As I said, I attended the original one 2 years ago, and it was wonderful to meet so many people from my tribe, the wonderful people who have lipodystrophy. We are a unique and exclusive group. And it was wonderful to meet you all, and I'm sorry that I can't attend today, but hopefully we'll be able to have a good next half an hour. I'd also like to apologise in advance because I was given 20 minutes to speak 2 years ago as well, and somehow managed to end up speaking for 50 minutes. I'm hoping that we won't be repeating that today, and I will be a little bit better at timekeeping, so fingers crossed. Okay, so hello. So happy World Lipodystrophy Day for Monday, which is obviously a few days away. And as I said, extremely sorry I could not be here. And I've actually lucked out because this slot I'm speaking now was basically the best slot of the entire day, as you just had lunch, and so you'll have a lovely post-lunch euphoria. And it doesn't matter how badly this presentation goes, you will be still thinking of me fondly because we've got all the sugar in your blood. So that's a terrific bonus for me. So, who am I? And I'm just going to briefly introduce myself to those of you who don't know me, just because there's a few things. It's always nice to know who you're hearing from, and then we can move on to the rest of the presentation. So, I'm a chartered marketer, a fellow of the Chartered Institute. I'm a fellow of the Royal Society as well. I have several master's degrees, and I work primarily as a freelance marketing consultant. Alongside that, I do a little bit of lecturing in marketing at the University of Exeter Business School, and I'm on the board with several charities and organisations. I also, in a past life, was a competitive paracyclist, so I've done a bit of racing. I was British national champion for one glorious short year, and I was on the Great Britain paracycling team for a number of years. I'm an international speaker for various different topics, rare disease being one of the particular topics that's obviously very close to my heart. And arguably, most importantly, I'm servient to two very small and very demanding terriers. And they take up a tremendous amount of my love, time and affection. So, why am I here? Why am I speaking to you? Because I also have lipodystrophy. And full lipodystrophy is actually one of the symptoms of my condition, which is known as MDP syndrome. It was recently diagnosed in 2013, so it's quite a recently diagnosed condition, and which is extremely rare, even amongst rare diseases. So there are around 20 of us identified worldwide. So it really is an exclusive group. And actually you have the tremendous privilege of hearing later on in this afternoon from Lewis. At 4:30, he's doing a wonderful talk for you. And Lewis is actually also one of the MDP syndrome happy group. So you've got two people with MDP syndrome speaking today out of a global population of 20. So you have essentially 10% of the MDP population, which is a tremendous bonus and a huge achievement for the organisers. And I'm sure Lewis is going to entrance you with a really wonderful chat later on. So you've got that to look forward to. Anyway, MDP, these are basically the symptoms. We have small jaw, we have varying levels of hearing loss and deafness. We have full lipodystrophy in the sense of it affects all of our body, it's not a partial. It is not familial in the sense of hereditary. I didn't receive it from my parents. It is a spontaneous genetic condition. We have low testosterone levels in all the males, type 2 diabetes, tightening of the skin, and contractures of various different connective tissues, which makes life very difficult for very many different reasons. And then at the bottom, I've got keratoconus, which actually has nothing to do with MDP syndrome. That's merely another bonus genetic condition that I happen to have, which affects my eyesight and makes things very, very difficult, particularly with regards to light sensitivity and things like that. So that's basically my credibility to speak to you today. I'm a fully signed up member of the lipodystrophy group. So what have I come to speak to you today? Really, it's about the journey of life and how I have attempted to basically overcome some of the obstacles and barriers that I face as a result of lipodystrophy. The first and most important thing I've discovered that's really important for my personal growth and success is to remember that treatment is more important than diagnosis. And I say this because I've noted, speaking to lots of different people with lipodystrophy worldwide and lots of different people with other rare diseases worldwide, is that sometimes because we're so desperate for an answer, or we're desperate for the clarity and kind of confidence that a diagnosis brings, and hopefully the answers that the diagnosis also brings, that we get kind of hung up on the diagnosis and we forget that actually treatment is a lot more important than diagnosis. And what I mean by that is that a diagnosis can certainly influence treatment, because obviously if you know the root cause of your issues, then obviously you have a head start in providing or theorizing potential treatments to that condition. But when we focus overly on diagnosis, particularly for rare conditions and orphan conditions and things that we're not really sure about yet, we kind of forget that actually the most important thing is quality of life. And I always try, when I'm doing these types of talks, I like to use the umbrella metaphor, which is this, basically. Very few of us understand how rain works, in the sense of the kind of meteorological conditions that lead to precipitation. We don't understand the full kind of scientific background of where rain comes from, how it's created, etc. And when we look across, we see the rain happening somewhere, or indeed if it's raining upon us, we don't stop and think, oh, I wonder if I can use my knowledge of how rain is created to create a solution here, or to create a treatment that would stop the rain. because the much more obvious solution is just to put up an umbrella. And that, you know, we don't need an actual full understanding of meteorological conditions. We don't need a hotline to the Met Office to understand how to thrive in the rain. Because obviously we have the treatment available to us right now. We have everything we need. You either put an umbrella up, or you wear a raincoat, or you stay indoors. And therefore you can go about your business and have a much better quality of life by just using the tools that are already available for that specific symptom, which is that it's raining. And that's similar for the way that I've tried to tackle my obstacles. So while my condition was undiagnosed, MDP was undiagnosed until 2013, which is when I was 23. So for the first 23 years of my life, I and indeed the global medical community were completely in the dark of what condition I had. But we had a list of symptoms that it was very clear I did have. I did have very high insulin resistance. I was type 2 diabetic. I did have hearing loss. You know? And so these things we can see and we can treat all these things. So while I didn't have a specific diagnosis of my condition and the genetics behind it and all the kind of science, and we still, in all honesty, still don't really know how my condition works. We do have a very clear grasp of most of the symptoms, and we do have a very clear grasp of most of the treatments available for those symptoms, such as wearing hearing aids for the deafness, having corneal cross-linking for the eyes, monitoring my diabetes with exercise and diet and metformin tablets. So all of these things, you know, we can actually use to massively improve my quality of life. If I hadn't focused on all those practical quality of life improving treatments and had just worried about getting a diagnosis and kind of overly fixated on the fact that I didn't really know anything about my condition and I didn't know anybody with it and I had nobody to relate to and I had no idea what was in the future and I had no idea, you know, what my future might hold. Is it going to progress more? Is it life limiting? I don't know. If I had focused on those things, I probably would have had less energy to focus on the practical things I can, which make my life wonderful and make things a lot more comfortable and enjoyable for me. So my aim is never to find a cure. My aim is always quality of life. And that's a really useful thing for all of you to bear in mind as we move along this wonderful journey of life, is that when you define something, you essentially limit it. If you say, oh, I have lipodystrophy, whichever of the types you may have, you know, there is a tendency to almost sit back and think, oh, I'm done now. That's it. That explains everything. And you kind of cut yourself off from all of the incredible potentials that are still available to you. You know, this is a picture of the bell curve distribution, which is basically how they work. If you can imagine, in the middle is the average person or the average response to a medication or the average whatever you want, really. There is a phenomenon known as regression to the mean, which is that basically we always kind of fix in the middle and the most average and the highest proportion of people. So let's say for height, we have, you know, very, very few very, very short people, and we have very, very few very, very tall people. Most of us, our heights are kind of somewhere in the middle of the average, and this is the bell curve distribution. But the important thing and the reason why I'm bringing this up is that just because you have a diagnosis and you have been given specific instructions and specific treatments and medications, there's some variation within those that could have a big effect on your quality of life. So as an example for you, I'm type 2 diabetic. I take metformin tablets. The dose for my metformin tablets is I have 4 250 milligram tablets per day. Now, normally doctors recommend you take 2 at lunch and 2 for your evening meal, because it's a nice steady balance. I found that because I was riding my bike and training on the bike a lot, that if I had a bike ride in the morning and then came back for lunch, had lunch, and then had my 2 metformin tablets, my blood sugar would crash through the bottom of the floor. And it's because after the bike ride, my insulin was already very sensitive, because that's what happens when you exercise, your insulin sensitivity rises. So I didn't need the medication to do it for me at that time. So instead of taking 2 at lunch and 2 in the evening meal, I used to take 4 at the evening meal, which is when I needed it. Now, obviously, I checked that with my doctor, but that was perfectly fine because I was having the same dosage per day. It's just I was making a bit of a change that suited my lifestyle and suited and improved my quality of life. And there are lots of things that you can do with your own medication. Obviously, speak to your doctors. I'm not saying run around and do it on your own. But there are lots of things that you can do to improve your quality of life, by doing that, have a much better experience and a much better management of your condition. Because, and I'm not trying to seduce you here, but I really want to make it clear to you that you are special and you are unique, all of you. Even though we are gathered here today in the wonderful, the warming bosom of the lipodystrophy community, and we all obviously share this condition. Despite that, you are all still special and unique within this unique group of unique people and rare disease. And so it's really important that you remember you are special and you are unique, and that's why you should become your own expert. Because as I've said, even within the accepted medical literature and even within the treatments given to you, there is some variation that will benefit you potentially more than somebody else with the same condition. So for me, obviously, it was my metformin timing because I was doing cycling at the time. And for me, my diet is also very different from most people with lipodystrophy's diet because I was a competitive athlete. So I used to eat a lot more protein than most people would eat or even recommend because I was causing so much damage to my muscles from training and pushing them so hard. And even within the diagnosis, there are variations. So I mentioned before with MDP, MDP syndrome, people generally have hearing loss. Moderate hearing loss, and it's treated by hearing aids. In my case, my hearing loss wasn't stable and actually continued to deteriorate over the last few years to the point that I was basically profoundly deaf. And now actually I have a cochlear implant on this side. No other person with MDP syndrome has the level of hearing loss that I have, and none of them have a cochlear implant either. And similarly, while we all have ligament contractures and connective tissue issues, nobody has them as severely as I have them, to the extent that now, in the next few months, both of my legs will be amputated because the neuropathy and contractures we have there are basically constricting blood flow. And doctors are worried that it's becoming an increasingly big infection risk. That is not an issue for the other people with MDP syndrome. Nobody's remotely approaching the need for a double leg amputation. Yet it's essentially the same symptom. It's just that my particular presentation of this symptom is much more extreme than theirs. And similarly, I have the tendons have slipped off my hand due to contracting there, which means I will have to have future surgery for my hand. And again, MDP syndrome people don't have that. So there is a huge variation even within specific treatment protocols and even within specific diagnosis, and that's because I am still special and unique, even in the very small group of 20 people with MDP syndrome. And similarly, you will be very, very special and very unique, even within your diagnosis. So it pays to think outside the box and to test and to find ways that can improve your quality of life within the qualified medical advice. Who are you going to consult for the qualified medical advice? It's you and your doctor. And I know lots of you are not fans of doctors, and with very good reason, because a lot of the time they ignore you and they don't believe you when you come to them with your symptoms. And many of you have had extremely long and convoluted diagnostic journeys just trying to get your doctors to believe you and to test you and to actually get to a lipodystrophy diagnosis. That's normal. And the reason why is because doctors are used to having the answers, and you're used to having them give you the answers, because that's essentially how the patient relationship has always been. Unfortunately, on a rare diagnosis basis, neither of those is true, because they don't know, because they probably have never heard of lipodystrophy. And so they're completely in the dark as much as you are. And this is an awkward position for you both, because you are both operating on expectations which unfortunately are not quite as accurate in the rare disease space. What this means is you need to think of your relationship with the doctor not as you consulting the doctor or them distributing medical advice, but as a collaboration. Because, to be honest, you probably know just as much about lipodystrophy as they do. That doesn't mean that we want to be poo-pooing and ignoring their vast medical training and so on, because it's extremely relevant and extremely useful advice. But it does mean that there are times when it's useful to think of that relationship as an information sharing opportunity. It's a collaboration where you help each other come to an understanding and you help each other come to a better grasp of the situations that you face. So if you want to be treated like a professional by your doctor and you want to be taken seriously, act like a professional. That means that you need to approach this relationship like a respectful scientific inquiry. So instead of saying, oh, I have this condition, you are wrong, you are ignoring me, whatever, you say, I have this condition, what could it potentially be? Have you considered this? Or what about this? Could there be a... So it's kind of it's a bit of a different role reversal in that you're almost being their supervisor, in the sense of you're trying to lead them towards their own understanding of the condition. If that means that you have to get busy on Google Scholar, then that's fine. I hope you do know what Google Scholar is, but if you go on google.co.uk and you search for Google Scholar, you will be taken to Google Scholar. And on the Google Scholar, if you type in lipodystrophy, you will see all of the most recent medical literature on your condition, and you can have a wonderful evening reading through all of those. And it might give you some ideas, but more importantly, it gives you content that you can then give to your doctor. So if you have a particular symptom and you're like, oh, I'm having issues with this, you can say to him, have you read that paper that was published 2 years ago in Germany where they considered this? Or have you seen this? Have you considered this? What about this therapy? Can we get this tested? And so the relationship you have with your doctor is much more collaborative. It's much more pleasant for both of you, but also it's a lot more productive as a result of that. And I know I am running very short on time, so I'm going to go super quick. This is an important slide, and it's one of the last ones. So I'm bringing up this slide because it's always very popular, and it's because it has a really important point to be made. So if you are a sufferer of a rare disease or disorder, you obviously follow a strict diet catering to your metabolism. You probably have changes to your routine. You have to be very special with regards to certain activities. And you're dependent on certain clothing or footwear or things, adaptations around the home potentially, just in order to function normally. and you have a lost or reduced ability to do many things, and you have great concerns about the future. Because of your condition, you don't know what's around the corner, and obviously you have certain responsibilities that normal people don't necessarily have, and obviously that is a huge psychological burden as well. So all of these things are characteristics, or human characteristics. Everybody has them to some extent, and they're a much more present burden for people with rare disease and disorders. And have you ever stopped to consider what other group in society has this level of specificity with regards to the kind of burdens of having a rare disease? And there's always a big gasp when I click the button now, but the group that is most similar to you as a rare disease, as a person with a rare disease, is an elite athlete. And I say this because if you read through that list again and start thinking of it from a performance elite athlete perspective, they have exactly the same issues that you have. And as such, there's a tremendous amount that we can learn from them by thinking of yourself not as somebody with a rare disease which is perhaps limiting your life or restricting your life in some ways, but as something that actually you are different from normal people because you are special and because you are unique and because you are basically performing at a much higher level than them in terms of your ability to actually live and carry out life in a way that suits you, despite all of these various different obstacles and barriers. And that's why it's so important to focus on the quality of life and the enjoyment that you get from life, rather than all of the steps that you have to do to get there. The final thing, this is almost the final slide, is that the relationship between an elite athlete and their coach is exactly what I would like you to consider your relationship between you and your doctor. So elite athletes and coaches, even if they're competing in the same event as all the other elite athletes, they each have their own coaches and they each have their own training programs. So even though they are probably the same, all of the athletes are probably the same age and they're competing in the same event, none of them have the same training plan. They might be founded on similar principles, training principles, and they might be doing similar exercises, but the actual selection of those exercises and the variation between them is something decided on between the athlete and the coach. And similarly, you and your doctor can, in my example, we may have the basic training principle of 4 metformin tablets per day, but we have decided, because of my unique position and because I'm special, I'm going to have 4 tablets with my evening meal instead of 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And so that relationship is incredibly beneficial to me, and because I'm relying on their knowledge, tailoring it to my unique situation. So that comes to the end of it. And in summary, I'm going to round up now because we are over time. I apologise, 5 minutes over. In summary, this presentation, diagnosis is life. Quality of life is nicer. So it's always try and focus on the treatments and the things that you can do to actually improve your quality of life, rather than focus on the great unanswerable questions, some of which we simply will not answer in our lifetimes. Medical research being as it is, it takes a long time to get some of the answers. Focus on all the good stuff. The next thing is, you are special and unique. Please don't forget it, and please act like it. You are special and you are unique. And even within the diagnosis that you may have or may be pursuing, you are still special and unique. And there are variations you can do to improve your quality of life and take a special and unique slant on your needs to improve your happiness. You and your doctor are the A team. Now, it would be very odd if the A team didn't have Mr. T or the face or Hannibal, because a lot of their missions would basically fall flat because they didn't have the unique benefits or contributions of one member of the team. And similarly, you and your doctor will thrive best when you collaborate and when you work together. You are essentially the frontline defense against your own condition. And so it's nice to think of it as you are an elite crack team, and you're going to be tackling this mission together. And then finally, keep moving. It's really important, just because you have a diagnosis, not to give up or not just keep looking for those small tweaks in your medication or the timing or the dosage that you have and the way that you can improve it and make subtle changes that might have a big effect on your quality of life. You are a shark, because I don't know if you know, but apparently sharks can't stay still because they just die because they have to be moving through the water in order to have the oxygen passing through the gills. I'm not really sure it's true, but they always say that sharks have to move all the time. And similarly, you are a shark. Keep moving, keep innovating, keep thinking of ways that you can improve your own situation beyond diagnosis, just in terms of the actual treatments and things that you can have to make your life much more enjoyable. Thank you very much for your time. I am over. We do have a few minutes for questions.
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
Thanks so much, Tom. Inspiring as always. Has anyone got any questions? No, I don't think anyone's got any questions. Thank you again. It's been lovely to see you. I made a mistake on the agenda. I'm really sorry. Here's from the University at Aberdeen and not Edinburgh. So apologies once again.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. You know, it's a real privilege for me to be here today. So I'd just like to thank Becky, Siobhan and Lipodystrophy for allowing me to present some of the research that we have been conducting at the University of Aberdeen. And here we're really trying to develop novel therapeutic treatments for individuals that are suffering from lipodystrophy. So my talk, I'll give you an overview of what I'm going to be discussing. So I'll give you a very brief overview of my path in research. I'll then briefly talk about adipose tissue and its importance. And we've heard a lot about that today already. So a lot of the groundwork has been laid for that. I'll then discuss our research where we've been examining whether gene therapy could be an effective treatment for conditions of lipodystrophy. And then I'll just describe some of the future directions that we're hoping to take with this. So I started my PhD at the University of Aberdeen in 2010, and this was in the laboratory of Dr. Nimesh Modi, where we were examining potential drugs to combat obesity and diabetes. And so this really established my interest in adipose tissue. I then joined Professor Justin Rochford's group at Aberdeen as well, who we heard from earlier. And so that was in 2014. And I've got to say, you know, that was probably really my first insight and understanding of the condition of lipodystrophy, and had really been unaware of it up until this point. I've then gone on and to perform a number of different projects examining in detail lipodystrophy and basic research. And ultimately in 2021, I was awarded some funding by Diabetes UK in order to continue to investigate therapies for lipodystrophy and diabetes in general. So as I said, I've had an interest in adipose tissue throughout my career. And here we have some X-rays or DEXA scans, which have been, oh, sorry, I thought I was laughing. Yeah, okay, brilliant. Yeah, so here we've got some DEXA scans that people have shown already. And this research has come out of Elif Oral's laboratory, and she's a clinician examining patients with lipodystrophy in the United States. And so here we have, excuse me, some lean individuals, and this technique that she has established is identifying fat shadows. And what we have here in yellow is adipose tissue itself, and in black, as you can see, we've got bone present here. So this really allows us to visualize adipose tissue non-invasively. So just to have a look at adipose tissue in a bit more detail, here we have a cross-section through white adipose tissue. And what we can see is we have connective tissue present here. You can also identify the vasculature. But what we have are these circles or white balloons, and these are adipocytes. And if we take a slightly closer look at those, these are highly, highly specialized cells for the storage of energy in the form of fat or triglyceride. And as you can see, around more than 95% of the cell is composed of a single lipid droplet. Now, in addition to their ability to store energy, as we've also heard today, adipose tissue secretes multiple important factors and hormones, and in particular, leptin. So if we go back to the images where we can visualize adipose tissue, we can also strikingly see adipose tissue dysfunction in these images. So here we have again the lean individuals which have functional adipose tissue. In these images, we can see an obese male and an obese female, and you can see the increased amount of adipose tissue which is present here. And as we've discussed, having too much adipose tissue can lead to adipose tissue dysfunction, ultimately resulting in the development of metabolic complications. Now, in stark contrast, here we have two individuals with congenital generalized lipodystrophy. So we have congenital generalized lipodystrophy type 2 and type 1. And you can strikingly see here the near complete absence of adipose tissue. And so both of these conditions are a result of adipose tissue dysfunction, and therefore trying to develop functional adipose tissue, we aim to restore metabolic health as a result. So we obviously celebrated Rare Disease Day towards the end of February, and we know that there are around about 5% of the world's population actually suffer from a rare disorder. But intriguingly, 72% of rare disorders are actually genetic in nature. And so with advances in technology and therapeutic strategies, we have a real opportunity to improve the lives of those that suffer from these rare disorders. So what we have been examining for lipodystrophy disorders is whether or not gene therapy could be an effective strategy. So gene therapy is kind of defined as a medical technique that involves the modification or manipulation of an individual's genes in order to treat or prevent disease. And so in this schematic, we can see that we have cells which have defective genes and therefore don't function correctly. And so in this case, in lipodystrophy, this could be the adipocytes themselves or the precursor cells, the pre-adipocytes that will lead to the development of adipose tissue. And what we have done is we can deliver gene therapy vehicles or vectors to these cells. And the idea behind that is to restore expression of the genes that are defective. And ultimately, we hope that the re-expression of these genes will lead to normal function of the cells. So in order to deliver gene therapy, we have been utilizing modified viruses. So we use adeno-associated viruses or AAVs. Now, these are small, they're non-pathogenic viruses which naturally infect humans. And there are estimates that potentially around 60 to 90% of the world's population have encountered AAV at some point in their life. But importantly, they do not cause disease themselves. And so here we have an image of an AAV virus, and this is the single-stranded DNA structure of AAV. So AAVs are currently the leading gene delivery platform for gene therapy. And as of March 2025, 8 AAV therapies have been approved for a variety of different disorders. And there are numerous clinical trials ongoing using this platform. There are multiple natural, but also synthetic AAV subtypes available. And this allows us to target particular conditions and tissues with some form of selectivity. And then just down here, there is a body of evidence which is growing now that indicates that AAV vectors are highly capable of targeting adipose tissue. And what I think is really interesting is, although this is the AAV virus itself, the only requirements that we as scientists need are these inverted terminal repeats. And so we can actually get rid of all of this component of the virus itself for therapeutic purposes. And so in our case, we have these required inverted terminal repeats, but we can add in promoters which drive our genes of interest. We're obviously very focused on congenital generalized lipodystrophy type 2. And so we have inserted a human form of the BSCL2 gene, which is the gene that is disrupted in CGL2. And then we have some regulatory elements here as well. And so what we have done is we have injected these AAV gene therapy vectors into our preclinical models. And so these are really the superstars of our research. So this mouse here is a preclinical model of congenital generalized lipodystrophy type 2. It has a mutation in the BSCL2 gene. And as Justin highlighted earlier, you know, this model highly recapitulates the metabolic complications observed in individuals that suffer from this type of lipodystrophy. So I'll just show you a bit of the data. I'm not going to go into too much detail about this, but what we found after a single injection with our gene therapy vectors was that we got a substantial restoration of adipose tissue development within these mice. And it's just important to highlight that we don't detect any adipose tissue in the mice that have not received the gene therapy vectors. Sorry, could you just move the box slightly down here? That'd be great. Perfect, thank you. Additionally, you know, we also saw significantly increased elevated levels of leptin, indicating that the adipose tissue that we had restored was functional. But I think what's really striking is the improvements in insulin resistance, as indicated here by this figure. And so as you can see, the knockout mice are severely insulin resistant as a result of when we examine the homeostatic model assessment of insulin resistance. And this is completely normalized in mice that have received gene therapy vectors. Sorry, can you click back on the... Perfect. And so we've also recently just published some follow-up studies from this work where we've decided to try and refine these gene therapy vectors even more, where we've now started to look whether or not tissue selective or tissue specific viral vectors can be effective. So we try to eliminate off-target effects and target adipose tissue specifically. And these are equally effective, which is fantastic to see. So we were interested to try and understand how this treatment was operating. And so we can isolate adipose tissue from mice that have been injected with our vectors. In the laboratory, we would then digest these adipose tissue depots with enzymes. And ultimately, this allows us to isolate adipose progenitor cells and determine whether or not we're able to target those. And so again, indeed, once we have plated and cultured these cells, which contain adipose progenitor cells, we can see in our controls that we don't have any targeting, but you might be able to see red cells here which have received AAV viral vectors. And when we differentiate those in culture, you can see that these cells which are labeled with AAVs are able to develop into maturing adipocytes, as indicated by the small lipid droplets in black here. And so this indicates that we're able to potentially target adipose tissue stem cells within our animal models. So what about translating this to humans? So although I mentioned there are a number of clinical trials that are ongoing for AAV vectors, to my knowledge, there are currently no gene therapy trials which are specifically aiming to target adipose tissue. And so this can be a potential hindrance to the progressing our research. So what we have done to try and investigate this further is explore cell culture lines from human cells. So these are a cell line called SGBS cells, which are a human pre-adipocyte cell line. And what we've shown here is that actually AAVs vectors are highly effective at targeting these cells. So we see nothing with our PBS controls, yet SGBS cells treated with AAVs can be effectively targeted. So this highlights the potential to translate this towards therapeutic use. So the next steps for us in order to try and develop this further, we've recently applied to Scottish Enterprise and the Cell and Gene Therapy Catapult in order to develop a targeted product profile, which will help us facilitate the future development of this as a potential therapeutic strategy. As always, we're on the lookout for funding in order to drive this research further. And so we're just about to hopefully put in an application for proof of concept studies to really drive this research forward in order to head towards clinical application. But also we've been in contact with the NHS gene therapy hubs who are really interested to support our research and try and drive this forward. And they would be able in the future, once we've performed additional studies, to really scale up this research and perform safety and efficacy trials that would be required in order to establish clinical trials. So obviously, in a couple of days' time, we've got World Lipodystrophy Day. So although we're always working here, we're always trying to champion and support everybody. So I thought I'd just embarrass everyone who we work with lots of photos from the past. So this was when we were in the Institute of Medical Science. We also moved into the Rout Institute pre-pandemic. We continued working and supporting over the years, even during the pandemic, to continue developing our work. Post-pandemic, and then obviously we continue to do so. So it'd be great to get a photo with everyone today, if that would be possible. So that's me just about finished. So I'd just like to obviously acknowledge everybody who I work with, in particular, Nadine Summer, who's done a lot of the early gene therapy work that we presented, and now more recently, Miss Mansi Tiwari, who's a PhD candidate in my laboratory, and also all my collaborators and the funding. And as Anna was mentioning earlier, we're always interested to get audience feedback. So I'd be really happy if you could take some time. There's a couple of questions on here that would really help us develop some of our research going forward. So if you could take the time to just answer a few questions anonymously, it would be really appreciated. And thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Is there any questions?
Thank you very much, George. It's a very interesting talk. My questions are quite technical. I was curious whether or not you had considered LNPs as a delivery vehicle, potentially reducing the immunogenetic response, and whether or not you'd looked at mRNA therapies as well as genes.
Yeah, so it's definitely something I've been interested to explore. I don't have any technical expertise in LNPs or mRNA delivery. It's definitely something we could consider. We've done a number of different AAV therapeutics, and curiously, we get results from some of the tissue selective vectors, which quite encouragingly emphasize that maybe the doses required could be a lot lower, and therefore, would a lipid nanoparticle or an mRNA product be sufficient? So it's definitely something I'd be interested to explore in the future, but it's nothing that we've attempted so far. Okay.
You were saying about congenital. So with the gene therapy that you're doing, is that going to help people that have got no body fat to grow body fat, or is that stupid?
No. So we've examined this in the most severe form. So congenital generalized lipodystrophy type 2 individuals, and again, our models of this condition have virtually no adipose tissue. So we have restored adipose tissue development in this preclinical model we have. Our work would indicate that, in theory, any genetic form of lipodystrophy could be targeted by a similar approach, but of course, we only have one model at the moment. Justin highlighted a lot of the partial lipodystrophies, the models that we have available to us just don't really replicate the phenotype observed in individuals with the condition. So we've shown proof of concept for one genetic form of the disorder. A lot more work needs to be done to show that that is equally applicable to other forms. But in theory, in principle, genetic forms, we should be able to restore adipose tissue development.
Anyone else? No. So now we have someone joining us online. Thomas Midgley should be joining us from the Body Image Treatment Clinic. Link is working. Hi, Thomas.
Hi. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, give me a second. I've got to see if I can do this technical stuff. Share. Advanced. Really hoping this works. Okay. Have we got the slides up?
Yeah, we can see the slides.
Perfect. And right, give me a second. Yeah. Sort that out. Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much for having me. I've been listening to the last few presentations and yeah, really enjoyed what I've heard. Okay, so my name is Tom Midgley. I'm a behavioural and cognitive and compassion focused psychotherapist and founding director at the Body Image Treatment Clinic in London. I'm also a specialist eating disorders dietitian. Full disclosure, despite 20 years working, specialising in body image issues, and specialising in attachment, complex trauma, eating disorders, and body dysmorphic disorder, I sadly have very limited experience working specifically with clients with lipodystrophy. That said, that makes my title of today a little bit presumptuous, but I hope in the question sections I can be enlightened if there is any areas where there is a shortfall in my understanding. That said, I do work with cases that bear certain similarities. If I think about my caseload right now, I have a client with lipoderma. I have a client who has insulin resistance and rapid fat accumulation in response to COVID infection. I've got clients with body image issues that relate to congenital presentations, and those body image issues relate to injury and surgery, as well as BDD and eating disorders. So see a variety of presentations. And I guess the key element here is that some of those issues someone has had all through their lives, while others have to adapt to changes in their body presentations that occur later in life. Okay. Key things we're looking at today. I'm going to talk a little bit about humans and what we need to thrive, consider that in our changing world, talk about effective treatments for people that struggle with their body image, and also talk a bit about what steps to retrofit what human needs to thrive. Yep. Okay. So, all right. So I'm going to start 225 million years ago with talking a bit about mammals. Unlike reptiles, mammals survive as pack animals. This survival is based implicitly on trusting others in your pack or your tribe. That others will have your back in adversity, no matter what, and to do your job effectively, you have to trust others implicitly to do theirs. And in that trust, that allows us to thrive and survive. As humans, we've evolved in some form for around 6 million years, and as Homo sapiens for around the last 330,000 years. The key thing is during that period, we, like other mammals, have evolved in small packs or tribes. Research shows that for about, until very recently, that would have been in groups of around 30 to 50, and mainly extended family. And again, the tribal band would have survived on trust within everybody within that setup. Children would have been in constant contact with loved ones and family members night and day. And if it was not just directly with their parents, but older children's cared relatives throughout their lifespan. Each child would be seen, heard, and valued by the whole tribe as the next generation of providers, and they would learn that implicit trust required to survive and thrive. Over millions of years, these core emotional needs we require to thrive as mammals and as humans would likely have been met consistently throughout all that span, and that would have been hardwired, or rather is hardwired, into how our brains work and how we emotionally regulate. And that's shown in this diagram here, which is known as the 3 systems model. And what are emotions? Emotions are physical responses to our environment and our motives that give us a survival advantage. And you may have heard of the adage that there are 2 ways to make a donkey walk, one with a stick and the other a carrot. In reality, there's 3 ways to get a donkey to walk because it's a mammal. Crocodiles have 2, and we want to look at those here now. So we have a red threat system as part of our brain, and it motivates us to respond to our environment based on feeling distress and unpleasant. So it makes us feel out of control and distressed, and which motivates us to get away from that threat to feel back in control. So that's the stick element. We also have in the blue system here in the left, our, can you see that properly? Blue system here on the left, what we call our drive system. And this is the carrot. This is where we get feelings of euphoria and exhilaration if we resource seek. So if you imagine from an evolutionary perspective, those that get up early find food, find resources, find a mate, we were rewarded with feeling that sense of euphoria, exhilaration, that sense of purpose and achievement. The crocodiles have both of these. They're real interested in not dying, which is red, mating and killing. And that's really about it. Mammals have this 3rd system, which is one of the key things I want to talk about today, which is called our affiliative system. And our affiliative system is what I was talking about before. It's the sense of empowerment we get through trusting that others have our back, that we have our team behind us and that sense of support, but also we can create a sense of empowerment to care for others. So in that same way. So empowerment, we've got 2 directions coming from that green system, which is we can get a sense of strength and empowerment and courage to care for others, and we can feel it from the support of others. But we also get it from this blue system, which is around social ranking mainly. So that's competing and comparing. So I can feel good by self-improving compared to others, comparing myself favorably to others, working hard to get my personal best, but that's always in the context of others. So it's me pushing myself up in the context of others staying static. The other way I can feel good is to put others down. So I can judge, attack, bully, push others down, and that creates a sense of empowerment as I push and hurt other people within that context. We've got 4 key ways that we generate confidence and esteem: pushing ourselves up and others down, or through those other 2 methods that I described there. So we can think about this. I tend to use a firefighter metaphor for this. So as a child in a burning building, the firefighter, if it's green system, they're going to go in because they see that child and they want to protect that child. So it would be a calm, contained sense of happiness, let's say, or in this case, positive courage. And that would be calm courage that they're going, right, not on my watch, I'm going in. If it's blue system, they'll still go in, but it's excitatory. Right, I want to go in there because I want to be the best fireman. I want to have my name at the top of the board. I want to have more people saved than anyone else. Or I want to go in there to get one over my colleagues. So there are the different ways that we can create empowerment and those 4 systems. All right. Therefore, to have balanced mental health and to thrive, we need a balance of all of these things here, and we need to be seen, heard, and valued consistently by our tribe and those around us growing up. And then we can internalize that implicit sense of trust. In terms of this blue system side here, in terms of developing that, historically, the main ways that we've developed that is through personal achievements and honor, through oral traditions and storytelling, through skills, craftsmanship, community traditions, kind of morals, religious values, and built around that for the most period of time. The truth is that we don't live in that world anymore. In reality, the world has changed massively over the last 2 centuries. So we've had the invention of the modern mirror. We've had photographs, magazines, cinema, television, smartphones, cosmetic procedures. Prior to that, no one really saw their bodies, not in the whole, until very, very recently. And as a society, we've become considerably less community focused and far more individualistic. That diagram will have changed somewhat. And in addition to that, and this refinement of what it creates status, importance, and social ranking from all of those other elements, it tends to have narrowed down considerably to fundamentally appearance and attainment are the kind of 2, and consumerism in the main. And we're no longer competing and comparing to the small handful in our tribe or our village. With media, internet, and transport, we're now comparing ourselves to the most desirable individuals out of 8.2 billion in the world. That's like going from running in the village fete to running in the Olympic final on repeat consistently and feeling that sense of pressure and shame on a consistent basis. So in the work that I tend to do in the clinic, working a lot with, say, especially adolescents coming through, this is the world that they live in. It's that continual Instagram comparing themselves to these affluent or aesthetically desirable individuals and the impact that has on crushing their self-worth and self-esteem. In truth, though, even if someone is lucky enough to have all their key needs met growing up, if they're still likely to suffer considerably if their appearance is altered significantly for any reason. And there are kind of key things that tend to happen. There's one which tends to be around shattering of identity. There's the kind of vacuum in somebody's confidence that develops as well. There's also the grief, shame, fear that comes along with that, and sense of disempowerment, as depending on the person, a significant element of what makes them feel confident, their self-esteem and empowerment is lost. Now, effective treatments tend to focus on certain key things. One is to be able to process grieving, that kind of change that's occurred, their loss of identity, what life means for the future, It may also involve processing of anger towards what's caused those particular changes, or if they've always known it, anger towards that situation as well, anger towards their bodies, potentially letting them down, anger towards genetics, anger towards parents for giving them the genetics, God, Lady Luck, Mother Nature, whichever direction that anger can tend to go and manifest, or a lot tends to be at self. Other work we tend to do focus on changing what we call safety behaviors. Now, safety behaviors are behaviors we develop to, in the short term, block fear and shame and disempowerment by avoiding situations typically, or checking behaviors. So these tend to be things like avoiding looking at body, avoiding mirrors or certain angles, things like that, or going the other way, checking body all the time and competing and comparing with other body all the time, or avoiding situations, social situations, avoiding dating or intimacy, for example. Treatment also tends to involve working to develop worth and confidence from other domains of their lives. It tends to be value-based. So how do you re-expand that blue system that shrunk because of what may have happened, or it may have never been there? How do you kind of build that up? Particularly in a world, as we've said, it's increasingly focused on that. For a lot, treatment was also like to involve in developing new relationships with their bodies. For some, that may involve accepting and embracing certain changings, learning to feel empowered to make the most of the bodies they have each day. And treatment can then also involve confronting with confidence the constant media onslaught and aesthetic ideal that most of us have to deal with, as well as external judgment, how to deal with that, persecution, abuse, rejection, so someone can approach those with increased confidence. That's kind of covers standard kind of treatment elements. And treatments such as this, I hope you probably able to imagine, or some that have gone through treatments such as this, are no picnic. But they are very effective if they're delivered properly, and if those individuals have had their key needs met growing up. And that's because those individuals have learned to process their emotions. They don't fear them so much. They're able to connect and grieve and process their anger and sadness and fear, even though it's very, very uncomfortable at the beginning. They also have internalized capacity for self-compassion and self-nurture. So they're able to contain their distress more to some degree, and able to confront adversity with more confidence because they feel that, in a sense, that they've had that support to do that all the way through their life. So what if somebody's key needs aren't met growing up? What if they were, but they went through abuse or trauma, which taught them to mistrust? With that, I want to invite you to look at these again. But this time, what I'd suggest is that you score them out of 10 for how consistently you received these. First, growing up within your home, but then also how consistently you received them at school or in the wider community or in society. And that can be growing up as well as now. So first one, value placed on needs, opinions, and emotional experiences. So what all children need, and we need as an adult, is a place where we're encouraged to talk, where people encourage us and we develop that confidence to express ourselves, and our opinions are heard and valued so that we feel able to do that going forward. Emotional experiences. When we go through adversity, we might not get the support at the time, but afterwards, we've learned to feel confident to talk about that adversity, knowing people will hear, listen, understand, and make sense with us of that. And importantly, emotionally go through it with us and give us the language to describe those experiences as if we're a child or we don't have that capacity. And if that occurs consistently, then talking about distress becomes a positive experience. We learn that that feels better. An example of that is if you imagine a child goes through adversity and let's say at school and they come back, if they've learned they don't want to talk about their feelings, and that might be because a caregiver has a lot of stress of their own and they don't want to burden them, or that they've tried in the past and that person doesn't listen, or that person doesn't have the skills and doesn't know that that's what a child needs in order to thrive, then that child isn't going to talk about their struggles. And that experience will be, one, encoded as an isolated experience, and the second, emotionally overwhelmed because they're unable to process their emotions. And if they tried, those emotions would be fused with fear and shame because they've learned to fear those emotions, and it's shameful because they don't want to burden other people with those. So that's compared to someone that's learned when they go back and they talk about their struggles, somebody listens, engages. They don't try and fix it. They just try and understand, and they talk through the story. And when that happens, the memory gets re-encoded as a shared experience. That person is then re-encoded as being present through that adversity. And then with that expressed emotion, understanding those feelings, that child is learning to regulate their emotions, to confront, be sad, and feel, and be able to feel empowered from that, feel fear, and so on, and then be able to use those emotions to actually create empowerment as opposed to disempowerment. Next one, security. What we all need to thrive is to have what we call a safe place. Now that can be home, ideally, it could be at school, ideally both, but that is a place we can go back to that we can feel safe and secure and contained, free from high levels of threat and danger, and knowing that we feel safe and secure in that. And if we have that, we develop what we call top-down fear processing. That means our baseline for anxiety is low until we see a threat. If we don't have that, we have it the other way around, which means our baseline for anxiety is high all the time, for the rest of our lives, that is, and we continue looking for reasons why we're scared. And that drives anxiety disorders, obsessionality, and so on and so forth, as we're continually trying to find reasons for our anxiety to make sense of it. Consistency and structure can also play into that sense of threat. Play is incredibly important. I don't have anywhere near enough time today to talk, even begin to scratch the surface of why it's so important. But the key onus is within play, what you're doing is you're asserting and taking turns in asserting and then conceding and reflecting. And also within that, you're learning where the boundaries are. Now that you see that with tigers, all other mammals do that, and in humans. And if that's done effectively, you learn to be able to communicate effectively and know where those balances are. And that works well. And that teaches us charisma, charm, and how to engage. If that doesn't happen effectively for any reasons, if you imagine going on a date and the other person hasn't got those skills, they may just assert themselves and talk at you the whole time, and how unpleasant that would be. Or the other way around, if they just conceded and they were just really nice, but everything they really, liked what you liked. It'd be like play fighting with someone that just stays limp. There's no pushback. And in those situations, then, in either case, that's unpleasant for the person, or either person that's there. The other thing we need, affection and unconditional love if in the childhood, but then that implicit trust we talked about. So it isn't purely, this is in the context also of genetics. The standard metaphor for this is the kind of dandelion versus orchid, that for some people, if they're genetically like a dandelion, they're neurotypical and there's no significant genetic link with, say, depression or obsessionality, then if they get these consistently, let's say 6 or 7 out of 10, then they're probably going to be all right. They're going to thrive in relatively arid conditions. If there's any genetic susceptibility to, say, neurodivergence or other conditions such as that, then a child is going to need these consistently much higher in order to thrive. If they do get them in those situations, the orchid part, they're going to thrive considerably, more so, let's say, than the average person. And with epigenetics, their symptoms will be significantly reduced. All right. So what happens if we learned it wasn't safe to trust others with our thoughts and emotions, hopes and fears? What if expressing ourselves felt like we were burdening others or overwhelming or harming those loved ones? What if we had needs met at home but not accepted at school? Or we were stuck between tribes. Where home was pulling us in one direction, but school was pulling us in a different direction. What if we had no tribe? What if we looked around and there was no one like us? What if we felt different, rejected, attacked, or bullied by others? These are what we call attachment or intersectionality-based traumas. These are unseen traumas that have devastating effect on someone's ability to process their emotions, process their needs in any format, and any adverse experiences. As I kind of talked about, what the child who isn't being heard or within that is, it's their needs that then get fused with shame and fear. So if they try to have their needs met, what they'll get is shame, fear, and disempowerment in that context. So how does that look then in the context of our diagram before? Well, a kind of key telltale signs if someone has more of a presentation like this. One is that they don't trust or rely on others. For a start, they've learned to depend on themselves and themselves alone. Other telltale signs is instead of internalized sense of value and containment, because of that implicit support, they'll have a very powerful inner critic instead, one that attacks, bullies, creates shame, and they may have, depending on that, what happened at home, may have what I call that higher baseline for anxiety. And that, as we said, leads to certain conditions within that. Without these, with effective green system to calm and soothe these other systems in our brain, we have no way of calming down. If we strive in here, and this drives unrelenting standards, unrelenting perfectionism, striving, unrelenting worry, so on and so forth, as our only way to feel in control, to manage our difficult feelings in the blue system, then we will burn out. We got no way to calm down. So in the absence of this, we develop other ways of calming down, which are in the purple system here, which is we learn to numb, detach, avoid, comfort in the form of substance abuse, comfort eating, self-harm, punishment, procrastination, depression, sleep avoidance, dissociation, and so on. Things that fall into those categories. Binge eating, I think I said that one. So without an effective green system, if we learn to feel isolated, if we become independent at a young age, our only ways of regulating our emotions, because we can't deal with them because they only present as fear and shame, is to bounce between numbing and busyness, unrelenting strategies. And if we stop too long in either, our critic then is punitive and punishes us for that. And yeah. So the key thing is that so those that will suffer most are those that endure trauma off the back of growing up without a tribe. Those that felt different, unwanted, and isolated. It's bad enough with intersectionality when you can look around and the ruling majority is different to you. But if you look around and everyone is different to you, then, and you feel unrelated, then that causes significant issues. In terms of treatment, it inhibits every step of this treatment process because someone can't process grief and anger because instead of grief and anger, they feel shame and self-loathing or loathing towards their body, and they feel fear associated with that. The exposure work can be done because, again, fear and shame dominate, and that leads to disempowerment. You can't create confidence because, again, it's the same mechanism that every mechanism makes that person fear, asking for help, fear, going to get treatment, and even in treatment, each one of these elements is then blocked. I have a special interest in this particular client group. I first started working with attachment disorders and eating disorders around 20 years ago. And I got into this ways of treating these presentations because strangely within it, I found my tribe. I found people who had lived experiences similar to mine, even though they manifested in different ways. And so how do we need to work to be able to treat individuals who have those additional struggles? Well, in simplest terms, when we get into it, we actually need to retrofit these key things that all children need to thrive, but we also as adults need to thrive. So, and there are specific treatments out there that specifically help to do this. One of them is called compassion focused therapy, which is something I particularly work within, and the other is called dialectical behavioral therapy, or DBT, which you may have heard of, which I'm also trained in within that as well. These type of treatments I call two-step therapies. And I call them two-step therapies. And we call them two-step therapies because because prior to doing these, step one is to be able to build somebody's capacity to be able to step into an empowered version of themselves first before then being able to try and work through these different steps. The step one is to first be able to build the resources and capacities to confront both their emotions, unhooking those emotions from fear and shame so they can begin to process their emotions, be able to feel empowered so that they can begin to confront and actually work through a more standard treatment process more effectively. And that's both externally, but it's also working with our internal critic as well, so that we can manage both criticisms in our head and manage that shame and effectiveness, but also then being able to have the confidence to manage external criticism as well, or judgment. And lastly, in terms of that, during COVID, we actually started working on a self-help program specifically to actually target these things. And the main reason was to make it more cost effective, because there were so many people struggling and unable to access services. And that's only just recently been released. And so, yeah, as a service, we tend to tackle that both within individual therapies as well as kind of self-help based ones as well. I think that's me coming to the end really of the presentation. Don't know how I've done for time. Ooh, not bad.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That's very interesting. Does anybody have any questions? No, I think we're getting towards the mid-afternoon point where
I thought that we were way after lunch. This is the dip.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you joining us virtually, and yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Take care.
So now we're going to head into another break. We've got half an hour, but before we go, let's get a picture of everyone together. If you want to join in, we'll do our kind of alpha lipodystrophy shot just here at the front. So if you wanted to participate in that, please do. If not, please be back here in time for a 4:30 start. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back. We're just about to start our final session, which I think is actually the most important and fun session of the day. We're going to have talks from two of our fantastic lipodystrophy warriors, Lewis and Rosie. And first of all, we're starting with Lewis. Warm round of applause, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Louie and I'm a kid with lipodystrophy, and I wanted to come and talk to you today to give a modern kid's perspective. And we've heard some really powerful stories and some medical stuff about how other people have lived with the condition. But I think in a modern day, living as a kid with a condition is really different, and it has its challenges, but it also has its positives. And me being here talking to you is a testament to that. I just want to say thank you to everybody who helped organise this, because this has really been a positive thing for everybody involved. So thank you so much to you guys. Just a bit about me to start. I'm Louie, I'm 15 and I'm in year 11. So GCSE is coming up, which is very scary. I have MDPL syndrome. Tom called it MDP. It's the same condition as his, but I just add lipodystrophy. Yeah, you know a lot about you might know a lot about the condition because Tom talked about it. But also there's a lot more to me than just my condition. This is a picture of me acting. That was me as the dormouse in Alice in Wonderland. And this is my school blazer. And you'll notice my array of badges. I'm a language prefect, a drama prefect. I'm in school council. I'm in academic council, and I'm an SEN ambassador as well. And so I do a lot of work in school to try and make a positive difference. And it is also a part of me. I will talk to you about my symptoms. Hearing loss is an obvious one for me, not to do with lipodystrophy, but it does interact with that. And a lot of the anecdotes I'll tell you about my hearing loss, a lot of the lessons can be applied to things with lipodystrophy. I struggle with fragility, so in a school, in busy corridors, being knocked and bumped and things like that is a big deal for me. I was in year 1 when I was so short that I tripped over my own scarf and I broke my leg. So that was fun. I did the school play that year in a wheelchair. I was a star, so they tied tinsel around my wheelchair and I was wheeled on and done my song. Fatigue is a really big one for me, probably the thing that affects my life the most. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. And I have difficulties with mobility, so part of that is fatigue and walking and things like that. But also, like Tom said, with tendons and tightening of that, so I can't even touch my shoulders. But yeah, enough about that. I want to talk a bit about you. So I wanted to talk to you guys today to share my experience for kids in the room. So hopefully they can relate and learn some things from that. Also, I know my parents don't have the condition, so there might be other parents that don't have the condition that want to learn about it and help their kids as much as they can. And also, it's good to just share your experiences in general with anybody that you can. I'll start off talking about what it's like being a young kid with lipodystrophy. By young, I mean sort of primary school age. And I still remember a lot of those days very clearly. I think the biggest thing for me, which I noticed in myself and in other people my age when I was that age, is curiosity. And that can be in everyday things like going to school, in your lessons, asking questions. But also for me, I found that with my medical condition, and you might find that now, things like diets or blood sugar level testing, if they apply to you, it like when you're young, you start building your relationship with your condition and how you cope with that. For me, that was my hearing aids. I'll tell you a bit about my diagnosis. I wasn't diagnosed with hearing loss until I was 6 years old. So I'd done 2 years of primary school with moderate to severe hearing loss. And I just coped. I masked and I lip read and I filled in the blanks because I can't really hear consonants very well. So I just filled in the blanks from context clues. But when I first got my hearing aids in the summer between year 1 and 2, that's when I really started first acknowledging that I was different. So that included when I first got my hearing aids, when I came out of the hospital, the first thing that happened was a truck drove past me, scariest experience of my life. And then we went into a supermarket and I thought I was being attacked by robot aliens. It was just the fridges whirring. But it was difficult being diagnosed, even just with hearing loss, because I did mask it well. I went to the doctors and I failed the hearing test. And a doctor said to me, "You're lying. Stop lying." And I was like, "What?" And then he said, "You need to stop lying, or your mum's going to take you outside." And my mum can tell you herself, she wasn't going to take me outside. So there was a lot of difficulty getting diagnosed, which is why events like this are so good, because we can raise awareness. But also there's curiosity of other kids, which is beautifully represented by the eyes emoji. And even now I see a lot of kids that age staring at me, whether that's when I use my wheelchair or wear my hearing aids. I wear bright coloured hearing aids on purpose. So people do stare at me and I can own my condition. But another thing is medical curiosity. So you build a lot of relationships with the things about your condition. For me, this was with Pokemon cards. So I had a long day of testing where I had to fast for a day, and I went into the hospital. And every time I had an injection, my parents gave me a pack of Pokemon cards, and that just made the whole experience. Obviously, it was still negative, but it just made it a bit better. And I think finding ways to cope with medical appointments in particular can really help. And that might be like a walk in the park after, or going for your favourite meal or your favourite takeaway after, and things like that. Another way that my parents really helped me was with a PowerPoint. Obviously, the condition is very rare, so my parents made a PowerPoint of different people with my condition and what they'd achieved. So that included people like Tom and people in other countries as well. And events like this will be helpful as well because you'll get to see other people and what they can really do. The next section I want to talk about is a growing kid with lipodystrophy. This is sort of when you go into secondary school. And I think for me, the biggest thing is a maturity shift. So you go from being curious and a bit naive to really becoming conscious of a lot of the things that you're going through. And again, they're still staring from people that age because they're becoming more conscious of your differences as well. So there is difficulties to go through with that. But also it is a chance for you to take ownership of your condition because you're aware of it. The biggest thing for me in this sort of age was my differences. These are a couple of things that I done before I was diagnosed. I practiced jiu-jitsu and I done PE lessons. And those are both things that were sort of taken away from me as my condition progressed, because obviously with the fragility and the fatigue, and those things became really difficult for me. But in this sort of age category was where I really reclaimed that. And I've been talking to everybody in the dinners and things and showing off some different things that I've been doing. But these are a couple of the hobbies that I have now. So on the right is a picture of me at the Pokemon European World Championships. And just something that I got really into with my dad and played Pokemon cards. And it was a more accessible hobby for me. And I also learned how to crochet. So this is a picture of me and one of my friends. And we made lots of crochet stuff for a stall to sell at my school fair. And it went down very well and we sold out. Also, another point on that, we done that a lot. So I don't do PE anymore. And a lot of that crochet was done in those lessons where I would have been doing PE. So that was a really good chance to reclaim that. And also, she herself has an injury. So she tore the ligaments in her knee. And connecting with someone, even though it wasn't the same condition, connecting with someone close to me that understood what it was like not to be able to do things that other kids could do, and to feel left out of things was really impactful. I was just going through my slides just before this, and I thought I was thinking about sitting out. But what I decided on was I'm not going to sit out. I'm going to stand out. Because I think that taking power of the things that you go through and changing them to be positive is really important. As beautifully illustrated by this stock image I found, a whole nother area of things that kids have to go through these days is technology. And that is really difficult because there is a lot of hate, but there's also a lot of good things as well. This is Be Yourself Dylan, and he's a Scottish kid with my disease. And he has, as you can see, 1.3 million followers, 43 million likes. He won Scottish Influencer of the Year last year. So he's really doing fantastic things. But of course, there is the contrast of that. Every video has the comment section button. And that was something that I really personally struggled with, was seeing the hate comments on his video. But also, when you look closer, actually the top comment on every video wasn't a hate comment, it was a love comment. it was something saying, oh, I love this video, it was so entertaining. And just taking a moment to notice that was really important for me. And this links to connections with other people, because I've been able to talk to Dylan, I've been able to talk to Tom, who you heard from earlier, and this is a picture of me with Tom and Ian, who are two people I met at the last lipodystrophy patient day. And that really changed my life, being able to meet other people with the condition. And yeah, I want to thank you guys again, because it really has been one of the best things for me. Yeah, and a lot of that can happen online as well. So I know we've got Facebook groups, and using the new advances in technology to really harness your communication with other people can really be helpful. I want to move on to the last section. I think a lot of us will relate in feeling very old at the moment. I'm in year 11, so I'm getting to the top end of my school, and seeing people that I still think are in year 3, because the last time I saw them was in primary school and they're coming into secondary school now, is a very humbling experience. But going back to my blazer, as an older kid, I can really work on things like that. And 2 of the badges on my blazer are dedicated to my condition. You'll see the lipodystrophy badge that I got from last time. I wear that every day and I wear it with pride. And the same goes for my sunflower badge, which represents my hidden disability. And I've also, I really enjoy presenting. So I've also been taking ownership in that. This is a picture of me and some of my friends presenting to some year 7s on a non-school uniform day. I've presented in assemblies to over 1,000 kids so far, solely on lipodystrophy, what lipodystrophy is, how I struggle and how they can help, and the charity. So we've been doing some fundraising. The non-school uniform day there was fundraising for Lipodystrophy UK, and selling drinks and things like that. But really taking ownership of that myself, putting myself out there and speaking to other kids. And even just within school council, because this was through school council, you'll see just four other kids up there helping me present. And there was actually about 20 kids who wanted and volunteered to present with me, because they were so eager to learn about my condition and spread that awareness. So I think you can be really surprised when you share it with other people, what good feedback you get. I want to talk about some of the questions that I was asked when I was doing this presenting. And I sort of split it up into 4 different categories. And 3 of them you'll recognise because they're the categories that I've been talking about already. But I did also add adult there because there's some interesting points on that. When kids are young, the questions tend to be fairly basic. So for me, that is, what is that in your ear? And things like that. So you might get very base level questions, which you can cope with. Like I struggled to cope with it for quite a while. But again, things like reclaiming your condition can really help with that. And then as you go into older kids, the questions tend to get a lot more insightful. And so there was a question from a random year 7 saying, so do you still have no energy if you have partial? And so, like really complex scientific questions to be asking at 10 years old. And yeah, I had to answer that in front of a whole 200 year 7s, which was interesting. And then as you go into the older category, it's quite novel questions that you won't expect. I did say that I had generalized lipodystrophy, and then I had 2 excited people in my year come up to me and be like, oh my God, does that mean you can be a bodybuilder? You're so cool. And I was like, thank you, yeah. So yeah, there is good parts to it. And then the adults, it is a bit different because the maturity of adults does really vary. So I have been interrogated before by people that don't understand it. There is a lot of like, like I said with the hearing doctor, why are you lying? Like, and I thought Tom was really helpful talking about the relationship between doctor and patient. Also, just a side point, you've now heard, you know, sort of almost all of the people with lipodystrophy in the UK present to you because Tom and me are both giving presentations, and also Ava's here as well. So pretty much everyone with the conditions here in the room. Have you eaten? Very bizarre question. It can be asked in genuine people caring about you, like making sure that you're eating good food and things like that. But I have rest breaks in exams, and an invigilator took me out of an exam and literally just ignorantly said, "You look skinny, have you eaten?" And it was just crazy. But luckily my school dealt with it really well. So I did report it and they got extra training and things like that. So there are things people can learn, even if they are ignorant. But I think the most important thing and the most important question that's asked is, what can I do to help? Because there are so many adults that genuinely care about you, whether that be close family, extended family, your friends, SEN staff and people like that, and people from the charity. And there's so many people that really do want to help you. And acknowledging that is really helpful. And just want to make a final point about my main takeaways. And there will be challenges, but in bold, you can overcome them. There are difficult questions, but again, in bold, kindness prevails. Be proud of your condition and be proud of yourself. Thank you.
I think you'll all agree that was a very inspiring talk. And like you were saying about the social media side of things, you know, haters going to hate. But at the end of the day, we be proud of ourselves, be proud of our conditions, don't hide away. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. And I think the perfect example. We can all learn a lot from someone so young but so wise. Lewis has said that he's happy to answer questions. So if anybody has any questions, please put up your hand.
Just wanted to say, Lewis, regardless of your condition, I think you'd make a fantastic public speaker. I think you're amazing. Really good. You can do it and get paid. So yeah, no, you're brilliant. Honestly, I was mesmerized how intelligent you are and the way you come across. I was really impressed.
Thank
you. And you said everything really that I could wanted to, because I was doing it for the next generation of children, because a lot of people here haven't maybe got children and they will want some. And obviously having you there as a young person, we can all help, but you especially, and young children, you can guide them. Anyway.
Mine isn't a question, but I just want to say you're so inspiring.
Thank you.
Really, really are. You brought me to tears.
Thank you.
Do you have any advice for children and or young people that are experiencing rude or hateful comments?
Yeah, so I think it is quite a universal experience, whether it comes from a place of malice or just a place of ignorance. But I think surrounding yourself with the people that understand it more is what really helped me. So finding someone that had an injury and so related to some of the things that I was going through. And I have on the board here, I hope I can be that person for someone else, because I'm happy to talk to anyone that wants to keep in contact, because I genuinely think having people that understand you and having them as a refuge from that hate is a really good way to build your own confidence up. Yeah.
So from that, Liz, when you've finished your GCSEs and you've got loads of time on your hands, are you going to write yourself up as a book, so to speak? But so, as a life story of me and my childhood, if you were happy to, would be actually something that would be really quite useful to be able to give out to other teens and young people and families in clinic. Go for it. Budding author next.
Yeah,
I also need some of your crochet toys.
Yeah, I mean, I want to spread my story as far and wide. So if that's a way to do it, then that would be perfect. So yeah, yeah, and thank you to all the support that you guys have given me. I mean, and part of the reason why I feel so comfortable to do this is because I'm in a room of people who make me feel comfortable. And I know you guys said that you found me inspiring, but you guys are the ones that have paved the way for us young kids to be able to be ourselves and have our diagnoses and things like that. So thank you guys.
Any more? Before I start weeping? No? Great. Thank you so much, Louis. And now we've got Rosie. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rosie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosie. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosie, and I'm 10 years old with 5 conditions. There's a specific condition I'm going to talk to you about today. 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with acquired generalized lipodystrophy. Many of us know what it's like to live with lipodystrophy or know someone that is experiencing it. It has its good and bad parts. This is a condition that not only affects my physical appearance, but also health and daily life. Today I will talk about and hopefully inspire people that this condition doesn't define who we are and that we are all here to support each other. For me, lipodystrophy affects me emotionally. So differently, it makes me feel angry, happy and sad. Angry because you have to take a little jab every morning and it really hurts, but I'm now off it because I'm doing so well. Happy because it is fun being unique. You don't always have to be like everyone else. Be you. Sad because you might get body shamed, but don't listen to anyone else. With acquired generalized lipodystrophy, it affects me all over my body. When I was first diagnosed at the age of 5, very few doctors knew what it actually was, and research is still being done. For me, it is still unknown what caused it and has created other complexities with my health. I'm currently under multiple hospitals to keep conditions under control, such as Plymouth Thetford, Bristol, Cambridge, and King's College in London. Although it is sometimes stressful, the doctors and nurses have been very kind to me. Something I try to see small things as a positive, like the cute little teddies I have collected. Living with this condition can be tough, and it affects me in many different ways. Lipodystrophy affects me sometimes by being really tired, and then I have to recharge and have a day off because I'm wiped out. I have my amazing mum and people that look after me. Something I find difficult is the occasional muscle pain and sickness, which I try to ease with the rest in a hot water bottle. At school, I have to take in an extra pillow to sit on class. I don't like all the medication, but I know I have to take it so I will be good and I won't have to be in hospital most of my time. Last year, I did a bake sale for the Lipodystrophy charity, which was so much fun, and I love doing things to raise money for them. In future, I'm hoping to do some more. When coming to these events, I love meeting new people that are like me, and it makes me feel not so alone. I also really enjoy the little photo shoots and making people aware of my condition. Seeing myself on the website when it came out was so cool. This condition isn't just who I am. I'm still a young girl who gets to do her favourite activities like horse riding, acting, and hanging out with her friends. I still am, and I will be a kind and strong girl no matter what lipodystrophy challenged me with. So bring it on, because altogether it is a huge part of my life. I'm still Rosie, and I'm still brave and strong. We can all do this together.
Well, I'm last one to speak, so I'm going to let you all down because I'm not as good as Louis or Rosie. I'm not prepared. I've literally got bullet points on a piece of paper. So technology is not my thing. So I'm just going to quickly go through how it's been for us as a family and our journey. So it started back in September 2019. Rosie, within 3 weeks, considerably lost a lot of weight. She was a proper little chubby girl, full of life. And she just literally, the weight fell off her. Ate loads, couldn't stop her eating. I was in the process of losing my dad to cancer at the same time, so I didn't really take it on board. But her dad, we were co-parenting, and he took her to the doctors, which started our journey. We ended up seeing a paediatric doctor in Derriford. Dr. Derry was absolutely amazing. Never ever in her 20 years of practice had seen lipodystrophy, but she did the extra work of going, there's something wrong. We had about 8 months where we had tests of muscle dystrophy, so they were sticking massive needles in Rosie's proper into her muscles. We had MRIs. They thought she had a brain tumor. There was many options that they were thinking it was. She then rang me one day, said, can you bring Rosie down? We need to do a photo shoot. We're going to send photos to Cambridge. So yes, absolutely. So we went down to Plymouth, photos, sent them to Cambridge. Cambridge straight away said, we want to see this girl. We were then, like I say, 8 months. We feel really lucky that it was picked up so much quicker than so many of you being so unlucky. We went to Adam Brooks, had a consultation with Rachel at the time, and that's where our journey started. Christmas 2023, we were in hospital for a month over Christmas and New Year. Rosie's kidneys were then giving us problems, to which she's now got lupus nephritis, which they now think is possibly mutated, causing other issues as well. But as you can tell, she's a smiley, happy, full of life girl. So even though all this is going on, she never, ever falters to be a good, kind, loving child that I'm proud to have as my daughter. So I feel that no matter how awful it's been with being in hospital and we've been to King's College to have a liver biopsy. She's had, because she has hepatitis of the liver. We have been to Bristol and had kidney biopsies, the works, but she still comes out smiling at the end of the day. As a family, as all of you can imagine, it's not an easy journey for any of us. It really isn't. But at the end of the day, we do what we have to, which is support Rosie in her journey. But with her smiles and her joking with the doctors and the nurses, and she gives them as much lip, and they let her get away with it. I'm not sure how she does it, but yes. So yeah, we kind of we just deal with it day at a time. And sometimes that's all you can do is day at a time. But to be completely frank, this is an amazing day for us all to be able to come along and share our stories. But when you've got young adults, young children like Louis and Rosie coming up into the group and they're saying their stories, it really motivates us all to do things with just helping, whether it is awareness, whether it is that we're fundraising, just getting together, supporting each other. And it is making those people, like you said, Louis, the ones that are ignorant and don't have a clue about what any of you are going through. It's so important that we're getting that word out there to make people aware of what you're all going through. We've been to hospital before. Rosie had Bell's palsy at the start of lipodystrophy. And I said to the nurses, oh, she's got lipodystrophy. And they're like, what's that? Some people can put two and two together and they know lipo and fat tissues are related. They don't know that what lipodystrophy is, but they know the two combined is there is something wrong with the fat tissues. We've had an ignorant person come up and say, why do you send your child to the gym? I don't. Literally, I don't. We've had another child that has said to Rosie blatantly, oh, you'll die before me. And like you say, it's people that are ignorant and stupid. And it's those people we need to educate and say, this isn't the case. Yes, you have to have regular checkups, which we are so grateful to the NHS. Cambridge, Derriford, London, Bristol, all four that we've been to have been absolutely amazing and supported us. So it's just everybody getting together and kind of going out there and spreading our word and doing our thing to make sure that you guys get the best support and healthcare and medication, whatever it takes, just to kind of give you the best in life. But you two are a great example to everybody. We're in awe of both of you and just how confident you are to come up here and do your own thing of making your own awareness. So well done to you two. But yeah.
Again, another very inspiring talk from both Rosie and Mum. Rosie's happy to answer some questions as well as Anna, I think. Has anybody got any questions? Everybody's a bit overwhelmed.
It's not a question, but you're absolutely inspiring. And I don't know if you still go to Bristol, but if you do, then you have to hit me up.
We're lucky they come down to us at Derriford at the moment. So yeah, so we are lucky with that. Yeah.
Rosie, I'm going to suggest the same thing to you. Do you fancy writing some of that up for us? Because it would really be useful either on the Dystrophy UK website or just things that we can give out to clinic, and things like, how did you answer the questions? How do you answer those things that people are asking you that you think, oh, come on, come on, guys, don't you know by now? But that would be really, really lovely if you were up for that as a bit of a summer holiday. I've got nothing else to do, obviously. And fancy just doesn't have to be huge, but just something would be amazing. Well done. You've both been brilliant.
I just wondered what your favourite things are, your favourite subject at school, and what your ambitions are for when you're older, maybe, if you have any ideas.
My favourite subject is probably maths. And I'd probably want to be a teacher when I grow up.
What's your favourite hobby that you do, even though you have lipodystrophy?
Probably horse riding. That is my favourite.
Can we get Louis back up as well and just have a thank you to Rosie and Louis, because they have been the most inspirational speakers. They are an example of how we should all be living our lives. This condition is rubbish. However, it doesn't define you, and it shouldn't stop you doing what you want to do and being who you want to be. And these guys, this is why we're doing it. We're doing it for these guys, the next generation, so that they don't have to go through what we've been through. And they are so inspirational because they are who they are and they're proud of it. And so many of us have gone through life not feeling like that. And that's not the way to be. We should be proud of who we are. We're valuable people. We have valuable things to offer the community. And these guys are just a shining example of that. So if you can't do it for them, please do it for, if you can't do it for you, please do it for them. Okay, so that's the end of our agenda for today. I want to say thank you to all of our speakers, our fantastic speakers throughout the day that have given their time and spent time preparing to come and speak to everyone. But most importantly, I want to thank all of you for coming and attending, because without you, we wouldn't have an event. As I said, the reason we do this is because actually what we found with everything that we have done is bringing people together to share stories is the most powerful thing we can do, because it makes you realize that you're not alone. You don't have to go through this alone, and you can learn from each other and find camaraderie. And, you know, again, just seeing the kids bonding with each other, kind of next generation being positive and excited about what they can do in the future is just fantastic. And if you want to help that effort, please get involved with the charity. There are plenty of opportunities, small and large. You can come all the way up and join us on the board of trustees, but you don't have to do that to help. Just post on social media, raise awareness, raise funds if you've got the capacity to do that. Get involved. When we ask for people to get involved in surveys or other research, you know, put your hand up and get involved, because we can't do it without your help. And you know, this is the reason we're doing it, so please do that. Thank you so much for being here today. It makes all the hard work worthwhile, and I just want to say thank you to Siobhan in particular because as usual she has organized an absolutely fantastic event, and we wouldn't be here today without her. So
I've got nothing else to add really, other than to echo what Becky's just said. Thank you everyone for coming and supporting the charity. Thank you to all the speakers. You've been amazing. So the children were the most amazing. Just thank you. I hope you've enjoyed it.
So I also have some feedback forms to hand out. So take one before you leave, because it's great to know what worked, what didn't work, what you want to change for the future, any suggestions. And we've also got drinks just outside for a final goodbye to everyone. So thank you very much.